Yes, we are going live. We're going live on New Reality. And here we are live. I'm just going to. Okay, we're good. Good.
You were supposed to stand up here and show slides.
Show a slide.
Is that all?
Yeah, I have
that
to
here?
just switch his. I hope it works when I
You
switch his.
switch the HDMI over?
Yeah. I am streaming.
You definitely want to use the podium mic.
You can still do it.
It works
I'll
pretty
still be
well.
streaming. Yeah.
And it's also has the mic that goes to the camera.
Okay. You ready? Take a break. What break? Okay. What is
Excuse me. Hi. Ask him, where he's want to take. Hi. Ask him.
yeah.
Just ask him which case.
Okay.
Yeah. He should be out front, maybe.
Right. So let me just. Okay.
Tell him where you want me to be. Where do you want me to be? Yeah, the table's outside. There. Outside. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Desiree. We need a break. I think we need to. No, but we just want to do like later. Is everyone in from outside? Hey, Steve, can you see if we're getting sound on that computer back there?
The computer sound is coming through this mic here.
Okay,
This little mic.
okay. All right, let's just see what we do.
Yeah.
All right, you want to get started? Let me just, okay, let me just get this off there. And there we go. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Now, let me just make sure everyone.
Could everyone take their seats?
Is this? Can they hear me? I'm going to adjust it.
Okay. Could everyone take their seats? Hello? Hello? Everyone? Could everyone take their seats, please? Okay. Hello? Old Home Week. Sorry, we got started a little bit late. My name is Dosie, and we are very honored to welcome you to Unity of Sedona. And I just want to say that Alan Steinfeld is the founder of New Realities, as most of you know, and has been coming to Sedona for his energy tune-up since 1983. Most of us just stay here because we deplete as fast as we tune it up. Now, Alan has been obsessed with ETs since 1987. And most of us are ETs. But this week, Amazon recognized his book, Constant Contact, as the #1 on their new releases. Now, Alan came to Sedona because, as most of us know already, Sedona is ground zero for ET activity. And the world is starting to realize this also. And it is my great honor to introduce to you Alan Steinfeld.
I feel like it's the Oscars or something. Maybe my bar mitzvah. But I am really excited to be here in Sedona. I thought it would be the perfect place to start making contact, because that's why we're all here, right? Because we're here for a major event. We are in the middle of a total shift in consciousness, in awakening, in possibilities. And the red rocks are energizing us to start to open doorways to new realities. That's been my tagline, new realities. So yeah, I love Sedona. I love just being here. And I'll just tell you a quick story. When I first got here, first time in 1983, I just would put all the red dirt all over me and and I decided to take a suitcase full of red Sedona dirt back to New York. Really, and I would fill up this little box and just stand in the red dirt, and I felt like I was back in Sedona until my cat, really, my cat noticed, well, that would look like a great little box, and that kind of ruined the experience for me. So really, that's a true story. I've had to come back to Sedona every year just for that renewal, I guess. So I'm really happy about this book. This book is a collection. It's not just my story. It's a collection of my 11 favorite people in the UFO field, giving a multiplicity of viewpoints, because you ask anyone what's going on, especially the government. The government has, that's why they're panicking now, because, you know, disclosure's coming in June and they don't know what to say because they don't understand what's going on. We understand it more. This is what Grant Cameron says in my book. He says, don't talk to the people in charge, talk to the contactees. They will tell you what's happening. So, right, so here we are. I'm just going to screen share my screen there. Let's just see right there. Oh, there's the book with a quote by J.J. Hurtak and Desiree Hurtak. But let me see, I have some other people I put up there. Let's see. That is Deepak Chopra, who doesn't buy any of these stuff, but I did say to him, you know, Deepak, this is really about consciousness. And he said, well, you know, consciousness is everywhere. But I said, Deepak, this is an expansion of consciousness. What we know of consciousness is just limited to the human field. Consciousness goes beyond this planet. It goes beyond who we think we are. And life is an emergent property of creation. He said, okay, be on my Sirius radio show. And so I was on the Sirius radio show, and we've done a lot of shows together. Let's just see. This is the opening quote. There's one thing stronger than all the armies in the world. That is an idea whose time has come. That's our time now. It really is. All of us, we are all here because making contact, we're on the threshold of something new, and in a way, something imaginable, something beyond belief. So for many years, I was doing a show called New Realities on, let me see my new, there. I said, you don't create your reality, one will be created for you. We have to go through this little time warp and open our minds to something bigger, more expansive, more than possible. So I've asked 11 of the best UFO researchers, and I'm just going to outline this book because I wanted you to know what you're getting, you know, because, you know, it's a multiplicity of perspectives. Like I said, no one has the whole story. Let me just go through my, Steve Bassett gave me a nice endorsement. Amika Swami, the physicist. That's Jim. Okay, there's the, I'll go back to that. We're about to meet a bigger reality. We're about to jump into a bigger fish tank, right? That's it, or more populations. We're realizing there's more there. Civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. Let us learn the truth and spread it far and wide as our circumstances allow, for truth is the greatest weapon we have. That is why the government is folding in its way of holding on, because there's too much of us out there now. There's too much contact. Contact is increasing worldwide. It's been on the news. It's been in the New York Times. So something is about to give way. Okay, let me just go to, George Noory, our favorite person, wrote the foreword to this book, which was very nice. I'm going to be on Coast to Coast on Wednesday, and he says,
there is no better time for a book like Making Contact. This book is a blow to the wall of denial, ridicule, and ignorance that has separated us from the truth. Alan Steinfeld has put together a well-conceived collection of writings that covers it all. The contributions of all these people help to give the reader insight into the multifaceted intentions of the phenomena. And for those who are unfamiliar with the idea of extraterrestrial existence, Alan's book is foundational. For those already steeped in the field, there are some real gems that are not to be missed. This is a book most needed at this time because Making Contact presents the opportunity for us to prepare to meet advanced civilizations. Someday, somehow in the future, the conflicts that have plagued our species for eons will come to an end, and by making contact, we will take our rightful place among the stars.
Maybe the sound over there. Let me just 1 second. All right. Okay. Let me just see if we can get George loves to talk too. It's just he's not.
There is no better time for a book like Making Contact. This book is a blow to the wall of denial, ridicule, and ignorance that has separated us from the truth. Alan Steinfeld has put together a well-conceived collection of writings that covers it all. The contributions of all these people help to give the reader insight into the multifaceted intentions of the phenomena. And for those who are unfamiliar with the idea of
blow this up big. What's that? We'll play that later. So, because I do have some great recordings of people who don't kind of contribute to this book. People like Nick Pope, who's a real insider. Nick works for the government or worked for the British Defense, and he kind of kicks off the book by saying he's the villain. He's the person no one wants to talk to because he's inside the government. He doesn't want to reveal those secrets. I ask him all the time, what can't you tell us? And he, no, really, he won't know because he's still sworn to secrecy, even though it's been years since he's been working for the government. He cannot allow himself to share the truth, but he does say that the government is sort of opening up to these possibilities. He worked for the UK. So I start with the investigators like Nick Pope, Grant Cameron, and then I have JJ and Desiree Hurtak. They fill in after that. They start to go into the research and the overview of what these ETs are all about. And then the fourth chapter is Linda Moulton Howe, who really is one of the experts in the field. She is one of the major, I would say she is the top researcher. And she gave me a big push and put me at #1 on Amazon through her Earth Files. And from Linda, I go to John Mack. Do people know who John Mack is? John Mack was a Harvard psychiatrist. He had died about 20 years ago, but there was a speech he gave in 1995, and I found that, and I had it transcribed, or it was transcribed, but it's never been in print before. And it's a very contemporary understanding of abductions are real, they happen. He was a psychiatrist, he confirmed it. He's saying these people are not crazy. And Harvard tried to get rid of them because they said, you can't say these people are not crazy. They obviously are, because I think there's a great quote by John. There's just been a new biography of him from, what's happening?
This is not showing on that.
It's not. Oh, well, let me.
Maybe this is what's showing on that.
Maybe that is what's showing on that. Let me just, yeah, I know. I'm going to just have to unplug this for a second, get all this up, and then there we go. 1 second, we'll be right with you. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just network preference. Wait, network preferences. Wait. Okay, sorry. System preferences. No, I haven't plugged it back in yet, but let me get the sound up at least. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, let's try that. All right, here we go. All right, I do have some great sound. I interviewed people all week to talk about this. So there we go. And let me share screen. You know, you can rehearse all week and then it never goes the way you think you might. Okay. Okay, let me just share screen. Okay. I'll just do it myself. Okay, let me try this. I think that was, okay. I don't know, what do you think, Steve?
Just see if I'm here receiver.
Okay, you see it there. Let me see
You
if
want to
that
go
works.
in PowerPoint?
Okay, let me see. Okay, 1 second. Okay. I think what we should do is call my first speaker up. We'll work out the technology. We'll come back. We'll regroup. Stay where you are. Nobody move. But I have a really special guest here today, and if someone has been tested for what is true, what is real about this phenomena, and what has been challenged by the media, by the government, by people of all kinds, and they stay in their truth for the reality of their experience, that is a hero to me. And that's someone who's withstood the test of time. He's probably the most well-known contactee that exists. In 1975, he was working in the forest in Arizona. A ship landed. He was with a crew of people, and he ran out of the truck towards this light, and he was blasted, and his crew left him there, and they thought maybe this ship was after them, and they came back, and he wasn't there, and he was missing for 5 days. He was not to be found anywhere. After 5 days, he arrives, he shows up at this telephone booth, when they had telephone booths, and he calls his brother, and there were huge search parties looking for Travis Walton, and he only remembered about a half hour on the ship, but he has stood by this story because it's true, and he's been challenged. But we should give someone like Travis a big hand for being here today and sharing his story and sharing the truth with us. So Travis Walton, let's give him a thank you.
Are we getting the echo because of the speakers on this? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hello, thanks for coming. It's been 45 years, but in spite of that, interest in what happened has still increased over the years, all over the world. You know, I'm getting, comments and requests for books from countries I have to go look at the map to see where that is. But I think that we are standing on a precipice, sort of what's the word? For
Threshold.
Threshold. That's the word. Yes, we are standing on the threshold of a whole new perspective on this phenomenon. There's so many things that are coming together all at once. Don't underestimate this Mars lander thing that is going on. What's the word? Okay, go ahead. This Mars lander thing, you've got the greatest potential to confirm for people who would prefer to think otherwise, that there can be life outside of this planet. You would think that would be kind of baby stuff at this point. Astronomers, the science behind the idea that this one little blue ball in space would be the only source of life in the entire universe. not in this house. That's what's ridiculous. That's what's silly, for people to think we have to be alone. They've began with an assumption that it's here, but it's nowhere else. We've got literally billions, no, trillions of stars twinkling in our night sky, and to think every one of those are just there to decorate the night sky. The astronomers used to have something called the Drake equation. It was a formula. You could estimate the number of possible life-supporting planets in our galaxy. And the numbers that they would plug into their, just letters standing in for variables have changed dramatically. It was only this last year that NASA confirmed that virtually every star has about a dozen planets. And you might wonder how they know that. How can they see that far? Well, there's a technique where they measure the amount of light, and when it dims intermittently at a certain interval, that's proof that a body is passing between us and it. And because of those kinds of calculations and those kinds of observations, it's a virtual certainty that that every star has about a dozen planets, which increases the number that you would plug in to these variables in the Drake equation for the possible number of life-supporting planets in the universe. Not just, so many people, you look at the night sky and say, okay, that's the Milky Way, that's our galaxy, but many of these points of light are actually entire galaxies, the size of our Milky Way. Our galaxy, there's so many of these clumps of matter, whatever you want to call it out there, that so many of the things we observe and take as stars are actually entire galaxies, like the Milky Way. So the odds of there not being any other life in the universe are truly astronomical. But we're on the threshold of confirming that. The Mars lander came down in a place on Mars that is the most likely place to discover traces of ancient life. The presence around this crater of signs of erosion by water are unmistakable. And so the likelihood that something's going to be discovered there is extremely great. It's not like a moon landing. Moon landing, it's just right out there. We've been there a bunch of times, and there's going to have some more people go there. They have even a lander, a remote transmitter, giving us information about what's on Mars. It is truly astounding. A lot of people don't understand the incredible distance Mars, although it's the closest, actually that lander had to go like 8 months or something faster than the speed of sound to get there. That's very, very far away. And to contemplate sending human beings there is truly a profound paradigm shift, several orders of magnitude bigger than going to the moon. So we have on the calendar the potential release of information that our government has been keeping under wraps. For so long, people have pushed and pushed for disclosure, and I was always saying, that might not be a good idea, because the technology that they have under wraps keeps our enemies in doubt about whether they could overcome us. So the
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I finally got my sound working, but that's okay.
I always thought it was a good idea for our government to keep some things secret, but this idea of ridiculing people who see things and experience things it just wasn't working anymore. They were not succeeding in destroying the credibility of the witnesses. They were destroying their own credibility. So now they have to just come clean and say, yes, there's things here that are not ours. And at least this much of a concession that we don't know what it is. They probably do know a lot more than they're saying. But the order to reveal what is known, sort of reclaim some of the government's credibility in this matter, is really a threshold for a whole new view of this subject. If there was ever a time that what might have been discovered by the Mars lander already, when would they make the announcement? I think it would be kind of, I'm not saying I know anything about it, but if they were going to time the release of such information, why not include it with this revelation that's coming up in March? So we have an official confirmation of things coming about. It's a paradigm shift, like we've been talking about. And I think this book right here is very timely in terms of getting us ready for that, because we're not ready. It's pathetic. I mean, the people in this room are probably ready, but we're a bunch of savages who are speaking for Earth, self-appointed spokesman. There's a lot that needs to be done. A lot of changes that need to be made in order to make the acknowledgement and the interaction with beings from other worlds to not be cataclysmic and catastrophic, because potentially it is, and it's not their fault, it's our fault. It's because we're not ready, and we need to do the kinds of things and increase the kind of understanding that will make that beneficial, as we all hope it would be, rather than a catastrophe, which it could be if we're not ready. So there's much on the horizon. So many people have been saying that they feel that something's about something big. So big, they feel the shift coming, and it's a major deal, and I'm excited about it.
When you had your contact experience, you weren't ready, but do you feel like you went through a transformation?
Alan is asking about the changes I've been through since my own experience. At the time, it was called an abduction. It was horrific to me and my crew. And it was perceived very negatively at the time. And I think that helped motivate a lot of the attacks and the resistance that we got, because it was frightening. People are afraid. And so if they don't want to believe something, they'll come up with a justification for disbelief. And that was what hung over our heads for so long. But it has changed. There's been a paradigm shift. I had 45 years to think about it. So gradually it came apparent to me that the idea that the way I interpreted initially wasn't correct. I woke up in a great deal of pain. I felt like I was dying. I mean, it was the greatest fear and pain, all combined with seeing these beings and being in this situation. So it was just about as maximally traumatic as could be. But over time, the fact that I was returned at all and was in excellent health after that, all kinds of medical tests, started to shift my concept of these beings as, Hollywood has done, even as late as when the movie came out, the idea that these were invading monsters was something that I wasn't completely divorced from yet. But gradually, you got to think about the amount of technology that's involved here. If these beings had bad intentions, it'd be over already. I mean, they've been coming here for decades. This is not a new phenomenon. It goes way back. And if they really wanted to replace humans on this planet, well, we'd have never known what hit us. It'd be poof,
Did you actually say they revived you?
In retrospect, rather than them striking me with a weapon, maybe perhaps thinking that I was approaching the craft was a threat to them, but on the contrary, some sort of discharge from the craft that was just inherent to its presence there accidentally injured me. And at that point, they felt responsible to take me aboard, and with the kind of technology that they had, were able to revive me. I'm grateful for that. And other things over the years have pointed to me heavy weight direction that these beings are not warlike. I mean, what sort of hope would we have as a species if we could think that 200,000 years from now, 2 million years from now, we're going to still be making war on each other and creating new weapons? You have to believe that at some point that would have been done away with. So these civilizations are vastly older than us, just based on the estimation of the age of these star systems. Now, I'm sure there are alien species that aren't as advanced as us, but those are not the ones that are coming here. The cave aliens are staying home, and it's the ones who are way ahead of us who are coming here. And so that's my, I argue with people, and people will say something like, what about these people who have been dissected by aliens? They find their body and chopped up in places. I said, give me a name. And they give me a name. And I go, that's somebody who's telling the story. I'm saying, give me the name of a victim. Give me another name. It was just somebody promoting the story. Nobody can give me the name of a single person that's been dissected and left and dumped beside the road. So it's kind of a Hollywood-ish to have good guys and bad guys and like that. But to me, the greatest hope for us is that we do have a future to overcome warlike tendencies, discrimination against each other, things that right now, I say, well, we're savages. If some of the atrocities that are being done in the name of differences between us, differences in the appearance of people and such things. Can you imagine how the aliens must think if they're looking that different from us, how well they're going to get along in here? You think, no, they're going to be in awe of them and all this great science and all this stuff. No, eventually it's going to boil down to they're different from us, so we're going to make up horrible things about what they are compared to us. And so we need to get past that. And when we do, that'll be when they can make contact openly, I believe.
you want to talk about any of the other experiences you've had? Because for a long time, you haven't wanted to say that there were other experiences after 1975, and now you're opening up about it. I'm just curious.
Well, you know, back when this happened to me, even my main supporters, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, subscribed to the theory that ufologists had that anybody who has more than one experience or defying the odds, you know, that if you've had more than one sighting, then that's what they call a repeater, and that's not a good thing. So I didn't want to bring up other sightings that I'd had in my life, but there had been some. There was a very dramatic sighting in 1970, you know, it's like 5 years before this. It was there was a group of us in a car, and we found out the community we were passing through, there were several other people that saw this spherical craft. It was huge. And Mike, the crew boss, he was driving the car at the time, and he has just completed an art rendering of what we saw that night. We had a whole carload of people. We were going down to Big Surf. I don't know what that is. It's a water park down in Phoenix. And it was so profound. Mike's little sister said, "Is it the end of the world?" Because it was that huge. It was this, there was a cloud cover, and it's a sphere, glowing sphere, came down out of the clouds, and you could see the clouds parting around it, very distinct over the surface of this. It was like glass, but glowing, gigantic glowing sphere. And there was a shaft of light coming down from that. So, you know, there are other sightings, and I don't think it does defy the odds. I think that in areas like where I live, you know, it's open country, and we're outdoors people. So we encounter and see things a lot. I've always shied away from reporting things where I didn't have other witnesses. So there was another sighting that I had after the Burbank MUFON meeting. This was 1919, I think. It was like February 19th, I know, because that's my son's birthday. And we were leaving the meeting. Jan Harzan had just spoken, and Tracy Torme, the screenwriter on Fire in the Sky movie, had given a talk that night. We saw this little point of light coming towards us. And then eventually, as closer it got, it became apparent that it wasn't just one point of light, it was three. And when by the time it got to us, you could see that each of these three lights were on the points of this giant black triangle. The lights were a lot like these canister lights, where you kind of looking up into a cylinder of some kind, and the light had a shimmer to it, kind of like what you see on the back of a jet with the flames, but it wasn't blue flames. It was a sort of it was mostly white, but had a faint pinkish orange cast to it. But there was only my son and I and my girlfriend that saw it. So I wasn't going to say anything about it, but my other son found that MUFON had a website, and by the next morning they had like 15 other people that had seen this. So here we are in the center of a city the size of Los Angeles, millions of people. This thing comes towards us really fast, really huge, and it stops right over the top of us. And then the point of the triangle, which was on the forward end of it, rotated 90 degrees, and then poof, it shot off towards the Pacific. And totally dramatic sighting. My son says, Dad, should we pull over and take a picture? I go, no, keep going. I was very disappointed in myself. I thought I was past all that, you know. But I'm going to go back to MUFON and get the other witnesses and see if any of them had taken a picture, because out of 15, you'd think somebody would get the camera out. And, but
Plus, it's their job, right?
no, yeah.
Job to follow that stuff.
So,
You know, I don't think you've ever told those stories publicly, have you?
well, I don't know that I've ever told that publicly. I've told it to some people, but it was a pretty dramatic sighting.
Yeah, I mean, the reason you didn't want to, because you thought that initial experience might be like tarnished. Right?
Yeah, you know, people, you know, think, oh, yeah, he's seeing UFOs everywhere, little green men all over the place, you know. You wouldn't believe the kind of stories that are told about me, you know. People make up stories. One guy was telling the stories that he made up this real elaborate thing. He was supposed to be the sheriff's nephew and had all these details about the investigation. It was total nonsense. He was ridiculous. That they discovered my stomach was covered with dirty needle marks. This is ridiculous. I went to a doctor right after that, several doctors, and they submitted blood and urine samples through the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's drug screen. Not a trace of any drug whatsoever in my body. And those doctors went over my entire body. They found no marks of any kind except for something that resembled a puncture on my arm, but it was not over any blood vessel. Another story was from a guy that was saying that he had been at the homecoming party that I'd had that was in Fire in the Sky. That was movie fiction. There was no homecoming party. So you have people telling these stories in order to sound like they know something or add some credibility to things and to themselves. And sometimes it's just an effort to discredit the story because it's scary and they know that people around them are eager to hear something that is reassuring. What could be more reassuring than this never happened? They were out there stoned out of their minds. But,
You know, there was a search party of hundreds of people looking for you.
yeah, there was a massive search and they combed the area in great detail. They brought tracking dogs in from the prison over at Winslow. And they did have footprints, you know, they could still see in the dirt. And the dogs could follow the trail till in the clearing to where I had fallen. And that was it. They could find no trail beyond that. There was a radiation Geiger counter, Geiger counter, authorized. The sheriff requested it, but it was a Forest Service person who took these readings.
And when you went back to that site years later, talk about the trees that were.
Yeah, and this radiation, and it wasn't until like 93 before we discovered that the radiation had affected the growth of the trees. And it was so distinct. We went out there with the Paramount film crew and there was 3 feet of snow on the ground. So there was no way to get there without borrowing this giant snowcat from the ski run. It had big wide treads on it that would go over the top of the snow drifts. We got out there and we kind of puzzled a little bit about finding the exact spot, but we did find it. But Mike, the crew boss, had noticed that the trees were different than they should have been. So without saying anything to anybody, he went back out to the site to confirm this the next spring after the snow melted.
How many different trees?
He discovered that they had grown very rapidly. Normally you get one growth ring for each year on a tree. And in this case, by looking at a core sample from the tree, you could see that the tree was like 85 years old at the time of the incident. and then in the intervening 15 years had produced an equal amount of diameter in that same amount of time. So there was a profound shift in the direction of accelerating growth. And Ben Hansen was the host of the Fact or Fake television program. He was an ex-FBI guy. He was kind of supervising the expedition there. And we discovered on some other samples that this effect, a forest fire had come through there and killed a lot of trees. So when you cut the tree, you can see that the part of the tree that had developed more rapidly was rot resistant. So the older part of the tree was decaying, and the outer part of the tree was rotting faster than this band in the middle with these thickened growth rings. Ben Hansen had found out that researchers around the Chernobyl nuclear accident had discovered that the pine, it was a different species of pine trees, but it was Scots pine trees, and they too had experienced accelerated growth in response to the presence of radiation, which is contrary to what you would expect. You would think radiation would kill things and make them, die off or something, but there was that phenomenon.
You yourself, you said, don't get sick much.
Well, I had a very, very good record in terms of, in 15, 20 years working at Western Molding and at the paper mill, I never called in sick one time. Could just be a coincidence. I try to live healthy, but
maybe that did affect your immune system.
Maybe it did. I was looking fearful that maybe there could be some negative after effects. Like Ken Peterson, he was sitting in the truck next to me, and when I got out, I left the door open, and he developed some skin cancer on his right arm there. So I was thinking that maybe he got a little dose of radiation there that might have caused that.
But they revived you. Travis was on a ship for 5 days, and then you feel like
5 days. I came back extremely traumatized. Went through a whole battery of psychiatric tests, multiple lie detector tests. The crew had been accused of making up a story to cover up for having murdered me. So the searchers weren't just looking for me; they were looking for a body. And my brother, my oldest brother, was there at the site. He worked for the Forest Service at the time, so he was out there taking all these brush piles that we had made during the course of our work on that contract and tearing them apart and expecting to find somebody who'd been hacked up with a chainsaw.
So what does the future look like for you? What is you feel like?
Well, overall, I commented about how negative it was at first. As time went on, there was a gradual shift. Battling back against the skeptics, the so-called debunkers, was an ongoing process. Every single theory they came up with was shown to be, it could not be this explanation. Like, for instance, the drug hallucination theory. Aside from the idea that 7 people are not going to have identical hallucinations, but theory after theory, Travis never was at the phone booth where they found him. That was all made up story. No, it wasn't. The call that was made to my family to come and get me was listened into by the operator and reported to the sheriff. So they sent some deputies over there to investigate.
But it's unbelievable. He was on a ship for 5 days. He's standing right here. Maybe we've all been on ships, but maybe that is our future. Actually, I made a joke when we were on the cruise. We were on the cruise, that UFO cruise, and we were sailing from San Diego to Mexico. And I said, now we can all say we've been on a ship with Travis. But any words of wisdom you want to leave us with?
Well, keep your feet on the ground and stay in the truck.
Thank you, Travis. Let me just show people. Travis has some books here. He's going to be selling some books, and you know, he is here in the long haul for people who don't believe this is a reality. It certainly is. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to see if it
Help to give the reader insight into the multifaceted intentions of the phenomena. And for those who are unfamiliar with the idea of extraterrestrial existence, Alan's book is foundational. For those already steeped in the field, there are some real gems that are not to be missed. This is a book most needed at this time because Making Contact presents the opportunity for us to prepare to meet advanced civilizations. Someday, somehow in the future, the conflicts that have plagued our species for eons will come to an end. And by making contact, we will take our rightful place among the stars.
Well, that's George, but I don't know why. I don't know why I'm getting that echo.
You have to turn the mic off while the thing's playing.
I have to turn the mic off while the thing is playing. Yeah, turn the mic off while so turn the mics off. Okay. Just so you won't need the mic. So the first person to write a chapter is Nick Pope, and can you shut off the mic now? And I'll just play what Nick. Let me see if this works. Describe your chapter.
It seeks to be an insider's view on the phenomenon in terms of policy and investigation. In other words, everyone has views about UFOs. Some people come to it.
I think I'll shut that off. But I'm still getting a feedback there, Steve. Do you think it's well, just shut off the mics here altogether. They're off? Okay. All right, I think it is Zoom. So anyway, maybe if I stand here. No. There's a microphone on Zoom. Okay, how's that? What's that? Turn my speaker. It never works when you want it to, you know, but I will tell you my favorite abduction joke, okay? And the book is serious, but I will tell you a joke that I read in the New Yorker. And let me just shut this. Maybe I'll shut the speaker down here. Okay, 1 second. Okay, stop sharing. Okay, right there. Oh yeah, I can shut off my. Oh yeah, I'll shut off my sound here. That should work. Okay, there. Okay, does that work? Okay. Okay, now. It's not. It never works when you want it to. Okay, let me just do that. But okay, maybe I should. What's that? You did hear it clearly. This does not mean you should not buy the book.
So can you turn this
Yeah,
down?
we can turn that down. There. How's that? That might work. Let's see if that works. Okay, let's see what Nick says. No.
Yeah, no, it's coming on.
It's not, the sound is not on, no. I think the sound has to come through the computer.
Wait, do you need to play sound from your thing?
Yeah, from the, anyway. So I'll do this without sound. Nick writes the first chapter about government insiders. And then Grant Cameron says, and like Travis says, he says, if you see a UFO, you were meant to see it. You're part of it. You're part of the whole ball game. And there are no innocent bystanders. So there's a kind of, I wouldn't say conspiracy, but the government is coming and going, leaks, giving us leaks and taking it back. You know, they just had this
meeting in front of Congress that they said they had crash retrievals. And then if you look at Luis Elizondo lately, he says, no, we don't know if there's any crash retrievals. These means are ships that have landed and they back engineered. So they do have this technology. And if you read Colonel Corso's book, The Day After Roswell, he says microchips and all this advanced technology, even some of our cell phones that have now come out, are about these UFOs that they back engineered to figure out how they work. Grant is in the next chapter. He says, this is the biggest story of all times, humanity meeting the other beings. That is going to change the world. And a lot of us have already met these beings. So I say making contact is really an inside job. We can't wait for the government to tell us it's a reality. We have to go out. I mean, we're meeting here today because we all know something is going on here. And it's like the dimensions are thinning, and we are about to meet these other beings on their terms, you know, on how they think. And it's much more abstract and symbolic. We have to rise to the occasion and let go of the definitive ideas of how things are. I have a lecture I'm doing at Contact in the Desert that says there's a lot of quantum physics, consciousness, and UFOs create a triangulation of meaning, in the sense that quantum physics comes down to the observer effect. What we think affects reality. And these beings, whoever they are maneuvering their craft in this quantum physics way to appear, disappear, move from place to place, move beyond time, because somehow they're able to use their mind to project a reality that they want. We have to get out of linear thinking. We have to think more abstractly, because when we're thinking linearly, you collapse the wave function, you say, this is it. If you're thinking abstractly, many possibilities exist at once. And when we learn the power of consciousness to manipulate those other realities, we will use the full capacity of our brain to move from here to there without shifts. We have this divine capacity as non-local beings to, I teach remote viewing, and everybody in the room can get the target just by extending the power of their brain to a non-local location. So we are much more vast and incredible and powerful than our education, our politics, our media, our religion has told us. And that is really what I think the whole UFO phenomenon is about. My good friends, the Hurtaks, who are hosts here, do a chapter on the multiple dimensions of reality and the ETs. They talk about, and they'll talk about it soon, the ultra celestials, the ultra terrestrials, because there are beings right here. That's why we're only, because are just vibrating at a faster rate. And some people can see them. Some people are awakened to that fact that they're here. Linda Moulton Howe, contact in the implicate order. The implicate order is a David Bohm term in physics where everything is connected. The whole universe. You ever wonder why they call it the universe, the one verse? It is all one. We are part of the cosmos. I mean, I know we all think that, but when we go out, especially in Sedona at night, and we're going to do that tonight, we're going to have a CE5, CE6 led by Mark Sims. He's going to be talking later. We're all going to go out and we are going to call them in because they are waiting for us to start making contact. They really are. They're here and they welcome people who open their hearts and can drop the idea of that ego sense of self. This is really the level that we are all being called to. War and possessions, that's okay sometimes, but personalities, identification with the personality. There's a great joke in a book JJ wrote with Russell Targ. I love these jokes from the New Yorker. And it's about how attached we are to our personality. There's a guy at a bar and he's yelling at the bartender and he's saying, "Hey buddy, you have no idea who I think I am." When we let go of that identification, we tap into the true essence of who we truly are. This is the work of the Hurtaks. They are teaching an expanded reality. And that's one of the reasons they're here in Sedona. They moved their headquarters because they know people are open to this now. So as we detach from the old identity, we start to embrace the more cosmic awareness and being that we really are. So Linda, I got a really exclusive essay by John Mack. Let me see if I can actually play John Mack's essay. No. Anyway, John says in this quote, he says, and I got off an old website from him. He says, what these UFOs are really doing, he says it's like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That's us. That's why they're here. Really, we have to wake up our consciousness because that's what they're all saying. It's time for us to wake up to some new realities. So, that's it. So it is time. Let me just show you. Okay. And then from John, I got, that's me and John hanging out for some coffee. This is a great quote from John that he uses in an essay. He says, we're dealing with a phenomenon which violates our sense of reality, which operates in the gray area between the physical world and the subjective reality. We are being asked to prove this by methods of physical science alone. And those methods, in his view, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing, other ways of thinking, other ways of being, abstract thought, the magic of creation. This is what the next level of reality that we're all on the threshold of. It is really exciting times as we go from one species into the next, as we really transform the active power in our DNA and ignite the biophotonic potential. We are becoming more light. We really are. So from John, I talked to Whitley Strieber, who's probably the most famous besides Travis, of course. Whitley's more an abductee. He didn't want to go. He didn't have it, he was taken, but he learned to make peace with this and start to evolve his consciousness to welcome these beings, to talk to them on their terms. His latest book was A New World. And this is something that Colonel Corso said to him. He says, these beings are saying it's a new world if you can take it. That means if you can transcend the old dualities, the old identifications, and live into a new way. So Whitley, I have to say, is responsible for giving us this image of the grays. He was really the first to popularize this. And so many people have read this book and started to have memories of what was going on there. And this has become the icon of what we're seeing as ETs. I just talked to Grant Cameron and he just said, they may not be aliens. They may not be ETs. That shook me up. I said, I just wrote a book. You can't tell me that. But you know what? Maybe they're not ET. Maybe there's something that we have yet to imagine. Like in the 1800s, there were fairies and elves and now they're ETs. But maybe we have yet to imagine what the next level of our own awakening will be. So that's what I talk about in my essay, Extraordinary Actualities, My Journey to the Stars. And I trace my obsession with science fiction and then seeing Star Trek, wanting to be an astronaut. I knew that wasn't going to happen, but I did have this interesting abduction and I never really talked about that. And so it's in this chapter, it's kind of typical, but it happened more in a dream state. So my theory is these beings don't appear in this reality. If they were to be here right on the stage with me right now, right there, maybe I think we would shift consciousness. It's a vibratory shift when they are in your space, and this happened to me. You sort of lose the linear sense of reality, and it's almost like you're drunk or high, altered states. There's something that happens where they distort our field, not because they want to, just because they're thinking on a different wavelength. So we have to become more lucid in our everyday interactions if we're really going to meet those beings on their terms. And that's why I talk about the practice of lucidity, dream time, really be conscious in your dream times, because they're talking to us from the level that they're at. It's like talking to a dog, you know? You're not going to bark at them. You're going to talk to them in the more evolved language. So this is what I feel the ETs, this is part of making contact. So the extraordinary actualities was actually taken from this quote by Wallace Stevens. In the presence of extraordinary actuality, consciousness takes the place of imagination. That means when we're really present with these beings, for me, it means they're so far beyond what we can imagine. We have yet to really cognize the realities of ET contact, but we are on the threshold, like Travis said. That's why we need to practice being present, because the more present we are, the more we can interact with that other level of awakening. So extraordinary actualities, that's what's waiting for us. And that's what we have to go beyond what we can think it is in order to actually meet it for what it is, to be conscious. That's my feeling. And then my friend Henrietta does an essay on her remembrances, but in a kind of poetic, lyrical way, because if anyone's had contact, you know, these islands of awareness stand out, and you may forget your dreams in the morning, but you never forget these experiences, right? How many people have had experiences here? Wow, I am really talking to the choir. Yeah. So, no, it's true. So you know, there's something different about what happens in those states of consciousness, and that's why I call it islands of awareness. And that's sort of what we have to all get used to. And then Darryl Anka, our favorite channel, Bashar, but he wrote a chapter as himself, as Darryl, and saying what he learned over these years of contact. 38 years with an ET's had this relationship, and it keeps getting better and better. So, you know, relationships can get better and better over here. But he wrote a really great chapter as himself, and he doesn't, and you know, 10 out of the 11 essays in the book talk about telepathy. And Darryl and Bashar calls it telepathy. There's an empathic quality. So you're not really hearing someone's voices, you're feeling what they are and what they're experiencing. And then when you do, you're syncing up your vibration. You're on the same wavelength. And from Darryl, we go to Marie Rodwell, a great person. She talks to a lot of the star seeds, and we're actually going to have a star seed here talking with us, Bridget Nielsen. She did a lot of star seed work, but Mary's been around the world and talked to kids 5 or 6 years old, remembering they're coming from another star system and the messages of cleaning up our planet and awakening to new ways of using our consciousness, new ways of exchange, and new ways of living with each other that we have yet to really take on. So Mary writes a great chapter there. And then I finished this interview with Carolyn Cory, and she talks about ET lineages. So she says it's important to know the star systems, because when you do, because we've all come from someplace else, when you do, you sort of bring the gifts of that, those stars here, that system here, you expand humanity. And that's really what we're here to do. We're here not to really leave the earth, but we're here to awaken the earth to what's possible. This is the time, I think, in history where they're going to say, wow, a lot of those people woke up together. They woke up to bring in these new realities and new possibilities. And we are the ones that are really going to change the consciousness out here. And we are the ones that are really going to start to make contact. And we are making it now. And thank you all. And I'll bring up my next guest. So thank you. Okay. And thank you. We're going to take a break after JJ and Desiree, but let me just say, these are people not just friends, they're great supports around the world, supporters of consciousness and awakening and possibility. They have something called the Academy for Future Science, and they just recently relocated to Sedona because
Our office.
because their office, because JJ and Desiree, they work around the clock. They never take a break. They are on it all the time, not just with UFOs and ETs, but the evolution of consciousness in general.
you know, Dr. Hurtak was at the earliest UFO conferences in 1978. He worked with J. Allen Hynek, knew John Mack. He worked with a lot of people to start to get the truth out. Because as we raise consciousness, we know it's not just us. Our consciousness is actually not Earth-based, it's galactic. And we need to understand that we have the facility to make that kind of contact with other beings. And JJ and Desiree have been doing this for since 1973. Just want to say, between JJ and Travis, we've had a few people here who left the planet for a while and have come back to tell us about it. In 1973, Dr. Hurtak had a transpersonal experience where he did a sacred mantra, and Enoch, the divine being Enoch, came into JJ's physical space and took him to the next level of reality.
Bilocated.
He bilocated and left with his body, and then he went beyond there. And this was 73. And when he came back, he downloaded this incredible book, The Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge, which is prophetic in its way of living multidimensionally. So Desiree was there, she saw it, she's now running. Nothing would happen without Desiree, really. This whole thing would not take place. They are really good friends, they're linguists, they're pioneers in the field of consciousness and UFO studies. And
no, I was going to say thank you, Alan.
Thank
it's
you.
Exciting to be here at your real opening of your. Yeah, we're going to get the sound.
Yes,
on.
we are so honored to be here.
8, 9, yeah, 8.
here, you want it?
No, we're going to try to
Okay.
testing. 8.
We can work without electronics.
No, it's okay. He'll get it on.
Here.
No, don't touch it.
Okay, it's right there. This happens when.
As a matter of fact, we brought our own computer.
This happens when I'm aboard a ship. They say, don't touch anything. Okay.
So we brought a backup system just in case knowing Alan technology.
I'm really good with technology. Yeah.
We're very honored to be here, especially with Travis and the whole chapter of cosmic awareness that's now being opened for the first time. We're going to present some of the documentation that I released many, many years ago. In fact, 42 years ago in Mexico City, before a world audience of journalists, investigators. I had the privilege of showing some of the documentation regarding the ETs or the cosmic others.
But we're really happy to have this release of this book here, because the book, as we were saying, it's more than just nuts and bolts. It's actually the consciousness behind. And I want to say with Travis's commentary, and I'm glad he said that he's had other experiences, because what we know is once you've seen any type of extraterrestrial or vehicle, there's that, as Alan was saying, that quantum physics, that entanglement, that non-local awareness. And it's over and over again, that energy is there. So even though there might have been 15 other people in Los Angeles seeing what Travis saw, I think a lot of it was there because of Travis, because that linkage is there. And I think that's what's happening to many people nowadays.
In 1973, as many of you know, I was given an exceptional experience. I was taken through a beam of light into a higher dimension. And from there, my spirit was taken to a still higher level of intelligent life in the universe. I came back, there was light around my eye. You'll see one of the photographs later. I sat down and recorded as best I could information that became known as the Keys of Enoch.
So I have to tell, for all the people that enjoy channeling and Darryl Anka and all that, this is not channeled information. This is actually kind of an experience that he had, that he was relating back to what he saw in his 2.5 days, almost 3 days that he was off.
It was a very sacred experience, and I'm very happy to be here between these pictures of the feminine holding Mother Earth and the Adam and Eve story that continues with us. And if I may just say a little blessing, divine eternal source of all lights, may all blessings from above be upon us as we open a new chapter in the Adam and Eve story. As we surge into the future, may we be blessed and understand the sacred geometry in this presentation. So we begin with a recent event over the Pentagon.
Well, in terms of Dr. Hurtak's experience, one of the key things in the book is the fact that the tetrahedron, as well as the pyramid, we've actually gone to Egypt. We were the co-founders of the tomb of Osiris, which is underneath the Giza Plateau. So we know that the whole tetrahedron pyramid structure, one being four-sided, the other being five-sided, is very critical. But what was amazing to us is some of these, and you may have seen this, let's get it going. This was shown in just in Washington over the Pentagon, actually in December of 2018. It was seen at 4 in the morning. Now, when I first saw this, I said, oh yeah, it's another phenomena, I'm not interested. But our good friend, who actually Dr. Jack got him involved, Jaime Maussan,
famous journalist from Mexico City, Televisa.
Actually, when he saw this, he goes, I'm gonna check this out. So it turned out that there were actually 4 different people in 3 circumstances seeing this exact event. Now, what you're seeing here, now, of course, we jump now, that was in 2018. This is in 2009, same similar structure over the Kremlin. So you have the Kremlin and you have the Pentagon. I mean, really.
2 superpowers have been exposed to this interesting capstone for this triangular geometry, which is very important because in my experience, Enoch, also called Iris in the Arabic and Tanakh in the Hebrew, pointed out that we were being given higher knowledge, capstone knowledge of bringing the spiritual and the scientific together, and the triad or the pyramid was that capstone of showing unity.
So back to the Pentagon. And so what Jaime found, so there's 2 guys driving in a car, it's 4 in the morning, and like they're throwing their camera out the window going, look at this. I mean, you can listen to the sound if you want, because it's on Google. I didn't put the sound here, thank goodness. Anyway, but then there's another guy, this is Jaime interviewed him, in a cemetery, in Arlington Cemetery, shooting at night with his wife. He sees this. He actually took pictures of it as well, but no video, because he only had a still camera. And then another older man driving in the car actually reported it as well. He didn't take any pictures. So you have, literally, when you have 3 different circumstances, 4 people all together saying, you know, this is something they saw, you have to start believing it. It's an amazing phenomenon.
So the keys of Enoch tell us that the pyramid is a central building block. It's connected with the geometry of the carbon atom, which is our physical body of the incarnation. It's connected with the great societies of the past, generally built around pyramidal grids. It's also found on the surface of Mars. My book, The Keys of Enoch, was the first to show the actual declassified pictures of the pyramidal grids in the Elysian Quadrangle on Mars. Those of you who will look very carefully at the details know there's a reason why I have this information. I passed my experience on to NASA, and when they found the pyramids on Mars, I asked if I could have a release of the documentation I predicted. So my book is the only book in the world that it shows the details of the pyramidal structures on Mars. So we're talking about something of architecture far beyond the nuts and bolts of what MUFON and NICAP have been involved with for the last 70 plus years. We're talking about a new civilization in our solar system, an old civilization, yes, in our solar system, where the ongoing intelligent design is still continuing with us, brings all of us into a completely new understanding of a consciousness cosmology that we need. In other words, besides the scientific, we need the spiritual. And in this book, we have a teaching of the cosmic hierarchy from the highest levels of the divine source to the practical levels of the worker bees, which represent the humans on Mother Earth.
So we're really excited about the release of this book. It's just going to be coming out, I think May 4th is the official release day. But what's really exciting is June. I think some of you know about this, is that when the COVID bill went through in January, there was a 6-month period when Marco Rubio, who's a senator from Florida, said that he put into the bill, as just a side, that the Senate Intelligence Committee, which he's part of, is to have access to all FBI, NSA, CIA, and any other alphabet agency, whatever. And then they're to get the information. Of course, he really just wants it for himself, right? I'm just kidding. But then they're supposed to filter that and give it back to us. And they had 6 months to do it. That 6 months will be June 24th. Actually, it comes out to, I think, 47 years to the day that Kenneth Arnold was flying over Washington and actually sighted a UFO and started coining that term of, I think, unidentified flying object or what.
Before it was flying saucers.
Or flying saucer. It was flying saucer.
Came up with the term to make this rather vague.
It was flying saucer. But anyway, so we are really excited. If they happen to really release information, then this book will be like key in terms of providing people a higher consciousness about it. So I just want to say, but they're releasing things all along, as you know, the Nimitz, which we'll show you. Alan had a great video, so we're going to try in the break to really get you to see that.
When was the Nimitz event? 2004?
And that was another key date of Dr. Hurtak.
Predicted in the Keys of Enoch. What's the name of our vice president? Kamala, also predicted in the Keys of Enoch. So 64 areas of science. Now this book was put to the side. My experience was considered crazy far out.
In the 70s.
Too far out. But now things are falling in place. What I was showing is we would have, go back to that picture. The very first picture in the Keys of Enoch is the pyramid over Mother Earth. That picture represents the capstone reality that we're beginning to see all over the world, according to naval intelligence releases over the 3 ships in the area off of California, as well as earlier events on the Atlantic side. We are being shown a central model of evolution.
Right, and so I just want to say the most recent release was, this is supposedly leaked from the Navy, of what they really are calling already pyramid ships. And this was seen July 2019. It was also off the coast of California, which is similar to the Nimitz. I'm going to show you. So it's just interesting that, how many people saw this? It just came out about 10 days ago, a week ago. All right, well, Google it, Navy pyramid UFO. You'll find this exact picture and the information behind it. So what's going on? This is the most recent releases. They're only going back for disclosure, really, since, we'll say, the turn of this century, which hasn't been that long, I hope. So you have the November 2004, the Nimitz in Princeton. That was at least a 2-day sighting, and many people have seen that. If Alan can get his video working, he'll have that. What we just showed you was the USS Russell, July 2019. There is also July 2019.
Of course, the U.S. 3 ships, U.S. Kidd, Peralta, and Finn.
So they also have been seen. So this is starting to come out slowly, slowly, slowly. So people are more prepared. And then if we wanted to take the East Coast, of course, we don't really care about the East Coast. That's why we're here in the West Coast. But they did have in 2014, these are the Hornets, the F-A-18's Hornets off the coast of Virginia. That was actually, some of this took place over a month's period of time. They were seeing vehicles. Years ago, we actually were good friends with the Mercury 7 astronaut, Gordon Cooper. And when he was flying over, they used to fly the planes on the west side of Germany, and there was MiGs flying on the east side of the line of Germany. They looked up in 1951 and saw a flotilla of vehicles. And actually 2 days, he reported this to the United Nations, 2 days, a flotilla in 1951.
Cory was a friend. We got involved with Sidney Sheldon, the famous American writer, in a book called Doomsday Conspiracy. Things that would come about that people would not wake up. Of course, again, this was put to the side. So much science fiction.
But anyway, one more sighting, Eastern Seaboard. These are all official releases, or at least leaks from government authorities, mostly the Navy. That's really interesting. Dr. Hurtak and I were good friends with an admiral, and he said, yeah, no, we see him all the time.
The Navy has kept our Constitution.
Yeah, but
all
anyway,
of those of you who understand the threat to our country understand what's going on behind the scenes. It's not just politics as usual. It's something more important. It's the whole threat of freedom of civilization.
well, so we're hoping that there will be a major release in June, and the ufologists are everywhere from, like Whitley Strieber says, nothing is going to come out, to other people who are part of the whole, to the Stars Academy saying, yes, they're going to release things. And Elizondo just came out and said, the one thing they really hate is nuclear. So, that's been a problem because we're still using nuclear, and the ETs don't want any nuclear. And we think one of the reasons, there's several reasons why the government's kept this covered since, we'll say 47 would be maybe the most major date, with Roswell and Kenneth Arnold. And it's multiple fold. One, there's too many types of intelligences out there. They don't all have the same agendas. Number two, we don't have the technology or they're giving us the technology and we don't quite, we can't manage controlling our scene. They're in control, we're not in control. And then a few other
Well,
issues.
the main point, and this is pointed out to Dr. Heineck when I was with him and Dr. Sherlock in Brazil many years ago, is the spiritual piece of the puzzle is missing. And that goes into quantum physics. It goes into the experience that both Desiree and I've had and working behind the scenes with SRI, Stanford Research Institute, and some of the best minds in the country, and why we published a recent book with Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher called Mind Dynamics in Space and Time. And the whole reality is built into our consciousness as we expand. We began to learn the sensitivity and the language outreach we need to correspond with our cosmic friends. A picture here is from the very first page of the Keys of Enoch. It shows a pyramidal capstone with multicolors, showing all traditions connected with the pyramid as a form. But behind that, there is the Scroll of Esther. The Scroll of Esther is the only scroll in the Bible that speaks of God's blessings through Esther, who's naming Starborn, from Ethiopia to India. In essence, we are going through a replay in the Middle East of what was there at the time of Esther between Persia and Israel. Persia now is Iran. Israel represents the West in some respects. Both countries are in this dialect, and we have to go beyond this to understand what John the Divine speaks of as the heavenly Jerusalem.
Wouldn't it be cool to find out that the pyramid complexes in many places of the world, maybe not every single one of them, was because they had seen a pyramidal UFO? I think that's so cool. And in actuality, Ben Rich from Lockheed Skunk Works, which is the black budget end of Lockheed, says, we have all the technology, everything you've ever seen on Star Trek or Stargate. We've done that or decided it wasn't worth our time. And that was a quote from this gentleman, Ben Rich, who actually was the head of this department. So we do feel like there was a man named Professor Eshed from Israel. How many people heard about that? That was, he actually said that some of our people are being taken through the gates in different vehicles to Mars. I don't know if we really want to go that far on everything, but that's what an official who was part of the, we'll say, the security space program of Israel said he knew about. But he said that the ETs themselves don't think we're prepared. And that is, we say that it's not only because we be in fear, but it's also that we're not willing to put away our weapons of war. Exactly what Travis had said. They really don't want us up there. Not really,
so
not
what is
right
missing
now.
is the raising of consciousness. Their message is they come in peace, but they also want us to recognize unity in peace.
And it's not all of them. There's a few that don't care.
So to that end, we look at one of the diagrams of the cosmic others. On the far right, we see the Adam and Eve story. And then we have those that are the insectoid, the reptilian, we would call the variations of the grays. There's over 70 categories, some say 82. We've documented some of these with our work in Africa and Central America and the Pacific. But you can understand now from the standpoint of Pentagon researchers, if you have such a large array, a spectrum to deal with, how can you make this simple for the American public? And of course, this has been the great dilemma and why we have suggested over the years, and I worked with several of the key researchers, like Dr. Andrei Puharich and Cory Cooper and some of the other astronauts, we have to use a higher vibratory expression of love. And unconditional love.
And I have to say that, yes, there are reptilians. Yes, there are insectoids. Yes, there are all these different types of other intelligences because the planetary systems really, are suitable for them. And they eventually can get into spaceships and travel and have their own atmospheres. According to Wendell Stevens, the ones he had known most about, they don't eat like we do. They don't have the intestines. We had a big joke about how much feet of intestines we have, they don't need. But what they do is they actually rub their skin with an algae. And that's a possibility too. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it personally. We really like coffee and cake and things like that. But, ultimately they like that. But I think what's really interesting is in our belief, and Dr. Hurtak has a tremendous cosmology he gained from seeing the other side, but actually that we're also on other planets. There's also the tall whites, they're the extended skulls. There's many different ones, but we also are on other planets. So we don't even believe in our personal reality that we're hybrid intelligence. I know that flies in the face of a lot of other people who talk to you about that. We believe, and it goes back to the ancient book of Enoch, not just the keys of Enoch, that the flood actually wiped out the hybridization that was going on this planet, and that it got back to the original Adamic species. Yes,
Enoch chapter 7.
Yeah, yes, we've done some breeding with Neanderthals and Denisovans and things like that that had also been on this planet, but basically the hybridization was not part of
That was
our
the
current
shocking thing we
reality.
found when we went under the pyramids in Egypt, is they had fossilized remains of creatures that were half bird, half snake. Experiments that were kept as models. And we also found, as Desiree had mentioned earlier, that we were shown where to find the tomb of Osiris. Osiris is the type of pre-Christ figure in the ancient world, representing bringing of music to the earth and ascension. We found that in going through the pyramidal areas of major cultures, something happens. There's sort of a vortex energy field. And here is a picture of yours truly in Tulum, Mexico, about 20 years ago, and I was singing the names of God in Hebrew and Aramaic, which in my work of meditation, along with the Sanskrit, works and elevates the inner dynamics of the mind very quickly. And a man was taking a picture of his wife in the foreground and was able to capture the light force of the ultra-terrestrial dimension that came around my body. So what am I saying? We're going also into higher levels of intelligence, not simply the ETs, but far beyond the ETs, the extracelestials, and then the ultra-terrestrials, the forces the avatars refer to in their teachings of the scriptures of the Far East, as those who are the chief managements, the chief executives of the Godhead. So we are being prepared to take, as it were, several opportunities to go forward, depending upon the levels of our spirituality and our science that has to be brought together.
And so our chapter in this book, I think it's chapter 3, right? It starts with Beam Me Up Scotty, about how teleportation and all that is a real reality. And the more you look at it, wormholes, I mean, scientists are coming out and saying, yeah, ultimately things can go through wormholes and not be destroyed. So this is all modern quantum physics and science. And then it ends with the fact of what we're talking about here more.
Putting the light, the capstone on your head, realizing that each of you has a higher self or the overself. And the breaking the seventh seal opens the mind by bringing both the left and right hemisphere together into higher unity of recognizing the day of graduation that's before us. We are going to graduate as a planetary species. It's going to come in many directions. The skeptics will have their last day and the last period of, shall we say, fighting with the monsters. The dinosaur mentality will fall away, and a new chapter of life will reemerge, and that will be the continuation of the Adam and Eve story.
Right. So ultimately, I think what everyone's feeling here in Sedona, and that's why also people are flocking to Sedona, is really, there's a space-time overlap taking place all over the planet, which means more and more information, more and more wisdom, more and more higher energy is coming into our presence. So we really, when we talk about a consciousness field, it's very important we don't see the consciousness field as just being Earth linked, but that, and it's not just ET linked, because there's a whole 3/4, even 5th dimension of ET experiences. And Mark Sims may even talk about the 6th dimension, but Dr. Hurtak was shown there was 24 dimensions in our local universe. And our local universe is only one of myriads. And we've written papers with Elizabeth Rauscher, very scientific papers on the multiverse, because there's many, many realms. So this is all what we're starting to be open to, and our consciousness really, really can reach into those divine realms. And I just want to say, for all those people, even though I know I'm preaching to the choir here, if you talk about, Archangel Michael materializing, it never means he leaves where he is and comes here. It means he sends his energy and can materialize. So he can be here, there, everywhere. That's quantum physics, non-locality, entanglement. He can be everywhere. You just need to call that energy in and he materializes. It's not exclusive. You're not taking him away from anybody else. No, it's very important that we realize this, that we're not like hogging the show here in Sedona, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, the two most important things we should take away is scientists have realized now that we are multidimensional. And thanks to the work at Stanford Research Institute with Russell Targ, Harold Kurov, and others, we realize that we are local and non-local consciousness throughout the universe. And as we illustrate this in our last picture, which is in one of our books on linguistics, we can use certain types of art and music to open up the unity between the left and right hemispheres. This is the higher marriage that John the Divine, I believe, speaks of. It is the marriage that we have with the heavenly Jerusalem, the spheres of the divine intelligence behind the extraterrestrial, behind the human. And so as we go up the ladder of evolution, like Jacob, we must call, if possible, the image of the dove, the symbol of peace, unity, brotherhood, and sisterhood.
And we also have a book that we cover called Over Self-Awakening, and it really means the fact that we're getting more in touch with our higher selves. And ultimately, when we do, we are existing in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th dimensional reality, where time is all linked together. And so we can see things from the past and also know things in precognition for the future. And we work with remote viewing as well to be able to really know and see and also help Mother Earth, because she needs it at this time. That was one of the things Dr. Hurtak was shown. 64 areas of science will take a quantum leap, but this planet really is going through some serious changes.
And if you have relatives that are stubborn, don't want to listen, just remind them, particularly if they're Orthodox in their spirituality, remind them of what Daniel, the prophet of the Old Testament, tells us in chapter 12. Knowledge will speed up and humanity will be numbered with the stars, the Hebrew. We will mean that we will be unified with those who are part of the divine management, who want us to take the way of peace, harmony. Whether we say it in Hebrew or Latin, Pax Concordia, or in Sanskrit, it means that we have to see all of the mantric energy that we have available as a tool of universal experience, universal consciousness, and the realization that humanity is a natural cosmophysical reality. We were born to be co-sharers in evolution, co-sharers in the culture and civilizations that make up our universe.
And actually, ultimately, we are our higher selves, and we have just simply come down here temporarily. So if everything stays on time, we're going to have a little panel discussion at the end, and hopefully also close with a sacred.
So we have 2 books available at the door. The Keys of Enoch, if you want to know the story of what was found on Mars. And secondly, the real X-Files. The real X-Files. Mind dynamics and space and time with the top physicists and mathematicians in the United States. So the skeptics have no room to argue. Just point out the fact that the scientists behind the scenes who were once atheists have come forward and have recognized that this is a new chapter, a new paradigm. We must not take this as something that's just going to happen. We still have to engage, each of us, to be a living transmitter of love and light.
And these books are about raising your vibration. So as you read through this, it hits you on many, many levels. And in order to start to make sense, you have to go to a new level of consciousness. Thank you both, Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak. Thank you. They are a big support. They have a very important chapter here. I think we're going to take like just a 10-minute break. Don't go far. Don't leave. You want to buy books? I'm going to sign them after. There's other books. Travis has some books. So just 10 minutes, and we're going to have a great little concert from Peter Sterling. So just take a stretch. There's people with crafts and things outside. So
Thank you so much.
yeah.
Let me stand there quickly about tonight and where, that way people who leave early, they'll know.
Now?
No, I'm just asking. I mean, I'll do it later for sure, but
Later,
a lot of
because they're
people are
already-
gonna stay the whole time. So I'm just saying, if you want me to just say the quick,
Oh,
1 minute
right
or
now?
less kind of thing.
All right. You want to say something now, you're saying?
No, I'll wait till everyone comes back.
All right.
in.
Yeah. Wait till everyone's here.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you want me to, I'd be happy.
Yes.
Just to let everyone
Okay.
know and remind them and give them an idea where, because a lot of people
Okay.
aren't gonna stay till the end to hear it. Like the important thing is everybody packed up in cars, because there's room for 100 cars. So if you're with other people, tell people they gather out here
Thank you. Hi.
So I have some things that I want to put up on the screen. What's the
Okay.
best way for me to do it?
Give me a thumb drive. I'll put it in here.
Thank you for thinking. How long is this going?
It's a 6.
So what's up next?
Peter's gonna play, and then Mark and Bridget, and then we'll do a little panel. All right. All right. Is that when?
Hi, I'm Chris.
Hi.
We talked to Holly the other day. She called up and we
Oh.
didn't realize that was your cell phone number.
Oh, that's
But
okay.
anyway, I'm the Mack guy in town.
Oh,
What the
you're
hell's
the Mack
going
guy?
on with this?
Hi. Just getting my.
So you got HDMI.
Okay, let me just talk to you about. I was looking for you. You know Peter, of course.
Yes.
Oh,
Let me just tell you, I'm trying to get sound. Now I'm zooming at the same time. So I think the Zoom, because I'm going live from Zoom to YouTube.
Oh, so this whole.
She needs help with the card.
Okay, see if you could.
That could be why.
You're solving the sound problem?
Well, I was just looking at it. I guess he's trying to multitask.
I shut the sound on Zoom because
Is the sound on the television?
it's the sound on the television. Okay, check that out. I'm just trying to get sound on it. Ask Desiree if the sound on it. Where's the
The sound, wait, what sound?
sound on the television?
for the-
I think. Where's the? Okay, I'm gonna plug you in. Just want to get the sound on it. But you're all set to go, right? No, I need help. No, you're absolutely needed here.
No, the volume's up. Yeah.
I think it has to do with Zoom, even though we're.
Yeah, it might-
Let me see, are we still?
You have your HDMI, which is the image and the sound,
Right.
and they're both going to TV, but you have to have the computer
Oh, I think that
tell
problem
it
is
to go.
this wasn't switched on. It's not switched off. Now
What's
it's
the
coming.
sound? Oh, yeah, okay.
How do you manage that desktop with all that
Isn't
stuff?
that crazy?
For God's sakes.
Now it's coming through. That was the problem. It was switched off, I think, in the time.
Holy moly.
I know, that just slows your computer down when you have that much crap on the desktop, and you can't even read
Okay,
what these
I think
things
we're
are.
being zoomed with all this conversation
Yeah.
here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I think,
Do you want to try our computer?
no, I think it's working now. Is it working? I think it's working.
Well, you gotta get the sound, you gotta play it.
No, it's working.
We just had the sound working, sound and the image.
Let me see. Let me try.
Without a bunch of crap.
I don't know. How do I get back to Zoom? Where's my Zoom?
Why don't you just keep the Zoom on and put it all on?
Good Lord.
Oh, the Zoom went off. Are we still Zooming now?
Well,
Let me see if we're still.
do I have to
Zooming.
invite you in from over there?
No, no, it should be going. Even if I left the scene, I should be.
I'll put this here.
See if I'm still Zooming back there.
Yeah, because it could be the fact of Zoom and.
I think it was giving me feedback.
I do.
I should know you.
Yes, you do. Well, I'm Chris.
Hi, Chris.
He's the Mack guy in town.
Fred.
Okay.
Mason,
Okay, you know Mason passed.
yes.
You
And
did.
then Bridget.
Hi, Bridget. Yeah, she does. I
Are
know.
you
people-
new Bridget? I love Bridget.
Bridget.
Yeah. Because you were in New York. Okay, let me just stand.
I have no idea.
Let me see, I'm just trying to get onto Zoom. Why is it not doing? Oh, how do I get back?
Oh, wait a minute. It says in meeting.
I'm in the meeting
All right, so
now.
go back to where you can see your Zoom things.
Okay, I'm in this meeting. I'm in here. How come it's not joined? Open up. It's open. How come I'm not showing?
Am I checking on your computer?
I don't know why it's not. Might have to.
Checking on your phone. Don't get off. You can't give me the pictures and let me put it in JJ's
Oh,
computer.
it's working now. It is working.
You got it?
No, in Zoom, I don't know if it's Zoom. What do you see there? I can't find, oh, here. Share screen. Okay, I think I'm zooming.
It's on up there.
What, do you know these new Macs? where
And
I
then-
go to-
I don't have a touch bar one, but and then your PowerPoint, you should be able to full screen that. So
I
you're
know, so wait. I'm in Zoom. How do I go here? Share screen. Share screen. How come it's not letting me share? Do you know Zoom? Hi.
no, you know what? I never got into it over this pandemic.
What's
It was
happening?
When would you like
completely
to do
impressive.
signing?
After everyone speaks, around 5:45.
Okay, so make an announcement before your next speaker. That
Okay.
after your next speaker, you're gonna do book signings. okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm not going into the.
So where's the app?
It's here, but it's not showing. You know how like sometimes the screen makes it like. Okay, you ready to go? Oh, hold on. I'm just trying to get.
You still have that working thing?
Looks like he's up there, yeah.
Why is it now? Should I leave Zoom and come back?
I mean, you've got that thing. Why does that thing keep quitting?
Share screen. Let me go there. Where is the screen? It doesn't give me a screen share when I say share screen.
There's so much stuff in this.
When? What's that? Wait 1 second, Lynn. What do you think? Should I quit Zoom? I'm gonna quit Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were hitting for a second.
So,
I thought you were going to for a second.
we share the same nose.
I've seen you before. Should I quit Zoom? Will that end my Zoom room?
It would end your if you're streaming from Zoom to.
Let me go back. Let me see. Let's just start over.
Okay, somebody needs an autograph over there.
Over where?
This woman here.
Is she leaving?
Yeah, sure.
Hi.
She has a special person. that she
My
needs.
son's been on dialysis for 18 years.
Really?
He is very familiar with
His name is Grub because he reemerges every few days. Really? He downloads symbols. I would love to. Maybe like you're almost ready, right? You just launched this. And why it's not the password? No, there is no password. Oh, wait, here, wait. Oh, the password is in I have one second. Sure. No. Where do you live? Here? I live here. Password. And you know the pyramids we brought up earlier. Yes. Oh, that. I'm in the meeting still. Just in front of the mountains. You see pyramid, everywhere. Media formation. Maybe I'll end the meeting. And come back. Trying to like get this, and he's trying to figure out what you all doing. But 1 second. I'll be 1 second. I'm going to end the Zoom meeting. I'm going to end it. We got it. We have it up there. Oh, you do. So they're picking up our conversation, everyone, on Zoom, which is fine. But I think if I end it and start it again. I don't know why. So I guess you have an extended monitor. That's the other side of it. That's the other monitor. Yeah. Oh, that's the other monitor. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Now I can actually go and do this display thing. Yeah. Arrangement, mirror. That's a mirror. But the only problem with mirror is everything gets so small. It's amazing. Command plus doesn't make everything get bigger. Now where is my cursor? Maybe you should get rid of that since you don't need it. With this. It's crazy. Let me go down.
I think but we're having an out set up for some different languages.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the Zoom.
Every 2 weeks, like you hold a class. The address right now. Sunday, I guess. So 75. Yeah, you guys right with the fire bar.
I think this will work. There we are. Okay, at least we got that mirrored. Now, when I pull up the screen share, see, I'm actually hearing some feedback. There's that. Let's see if we hear this now. Okay, great. All right, now Peter. Why are you doing that? No, it's okay. It's probably. All right. Okay, I think we'll do it. Okay, here. His name is
I really appreciate it.
one? Oh, yeah.
Okay, should I invite Peter to come up and start playing?
Yeah.
There it is.
Ready? Let's see a little bit. Okay, everyone come out there. Is it?
We could kind of like do like a segue back in. No, I need help.
Okay. So I'm gonna, can you want to show your slides, right? Oh, I hope it goes back to where it was. Okay.
Okay, that looks good.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it here. So
Ring the bell.
I'll go out there. When? Okay, I think we're ready for round two. Making contact part two. And where's Melinda? Melinda, come up. Okay, I want to say this will go to about 6 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, we're going to have a mass CE5 calling in. This is where making contact really comes in. We're going to start to make contact tonight. And Melinda Leslie here is a local Sedona person. She's going to tell us where we're going to go, but we'll also talk about it at the end. So Melinda, tell us where we're going, what we need.
I'm saying a brief thing now, and then we'll make another announcement later, everybody. So we're having a CE5 call the ships in experience, led by Mark Sims, who's going to get up and speak in just a little while, I take it, but led by Mark Sims. And it's also going to include a few of us. Now, unfortunately, there's not goggles for everyone, but there will be a few pairs of night vision goggles out there having us have sightings and see stuff. If you tap the shoulder of someone who's got goggles in their hands nicely, they'll probably let you look. I certainly will if you tap my shoulder. And so we're going to be doing that and looking for things with the night vision. We're going to have a ton of sightings. We're going to call them in. We're going to use our combined energy and love to call them in and have close range sightings. And I'm just helping Mark Sims and Alan do this. And so here's the deal. At 7 o'clock, now first off, you guys, there's not going to be room out the location for 100 cars. Okay. So what you would want to do is if you've got room in your car and you're driving it by yourself, pull up here before 7 and take people with you. Okay.
If you can.
If you can. If you've got room in your car, take people with you. We can't, it's not like every single person here gets to take their own car out there. There just won't be enough room.
Where exactly are we going?
Okay, where we're going, it's called, now if you're a local, you may already know the area, it's called Slick Rock / Secret Trailhead. Okay, which is Chavez Ranch Road. So here's the deal. You guys, you turn on Upper Red Rock Loop.
That's by the Marriott.
where the courtyard is. Courtyard Resort on the corner, high school on one corner, courtyard on the other. Right there, you turn left, and then you go down to Chavez Ranch Road. For those of you who've ever been down to Red Rock Crossing, that's how you get down there, okay? And then once you turn left on Chavez Ranch Road, stay on it, go straight, and eventually you wind up the hill. It dead ends up at the top at a trailhead parking lot that's Slick Rock / Secret Trail. If you look it up in Google Maps and put in Slick Rock Trailhead Sedona, you'll find it. And then when we go up there, there is room up there for maybe right at the top for like 20 cars, but you can park to the right side of the road going down the road. Now, down towards the end of the road, there are signs saying don't park down here. So don't park down there, okay?
Because they will ticket you.
Yeah, they'll ticket you. But beyond the signs, if you're over to the right, but go ahead and, go up to the top and then, work your way down. And again, if you've got room in your car, please offer to take people with you. If we can reduce down the number of cars, that'll help tremendously. We're going to gather up there at about 7 and we're going to start at 7:30.
Around, well, if you want to eat dinner in between, you could come a little late. So, but dress warm because it is the desert and it does get cooler.
Comfortable shoes, dress warm. The temperature will continue to drop. We're at a little higher elevation out there and people are always surprised how cool it can get. So bring a lightweight thing in. And like I said, comfortable shoes. If you've got a chair, if you've got a folding chair, bring it, or a camp chair, something like that, bring it, because that'll help as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Look, you can look for Melinda. She does tours with night vision goggles all the time. And okay, we should get going, but definitely dress warm. It's really 1-2 turns. Make a left on Upper Red Rock, get to Chavez Ranch Road. You make another left, and you go as far as you could. And that's the calling in, making contact site. I also want to say this is Making Contact Week, just in case you didn't know. And May 4th, the day the book is released, we're saying May the 4th be with you. That is a new holiday, Making Contact Day. It's going to be a universal holiday. So I just want to introduce a good friend for this next phase, which will kind of shift our consciousness and reality and cosmos. A good friend, Peter Sterling. I've known him for years, 30, 40. We practically grew up together, Peter. But he is a local and he is a master harpist. He really calls in the angelic beings, the extraterrestrial. So he's going to share some of his experiences and play some harp to shift consciousness. Peter Sterling.
Thank you very much. I'm so, it's so great to be here. I'm here just to bless my brother, Alan. We've probably known each other 30 years. And so I'm just going to play a little bit to start off. And I'm just sending this forth for our community here in Sedona, our light community, and also the focus on my good brother here who's bringing this very important book out to the world right now. He has been such a diligent worker, light worker for decades. And we're super excited that he's finally has his own book now and is having such great success. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Alan's going to let me show you a few images from my slide presentation that I've done all over the country and internationally for several years. And I've been around Sedona I came here in 1988 for the first time. And shortly after I arrived, I received guidance that I was going to receive a download, something major was coming, and I was going on a vision quest. And then I was to release all my material possession, acquire a Volkswagen camper van. And then I was going to be led to discover something very important for me. And that's what I did. And so for 3 years, I lived in my car here from about 1990 to 93. And I spent a lot of time in the canyons hiking by myself, especially this picture. One of my favorite spots is Boynton Canyon. And I love to, in the early days back then, you could hike out there and there would hardly be anybody out there. Very different now. But the thing that impacted me the most was the silence, the tranquility and the silence. There's a stillness there that you can still experience if you get up early in the morning and get out there. But my guidance was just go deep, deep into the silence there. And so that's what I did. And ultimately what happened was, as I got very quiet, I started to hear the subtle strains of some sort of music. And at first I thought maybe somebody was out there in the forest with a portable stereo playing some classical music. But then I realized that that wasn't what it was at all, that it was actually of a divine origin. And my inner voice was telling me just to trust, surrender, and let go, and to just go deep into this experience. So at first it was very faint, but as I tuned into it, it became louder, much more direct to me. And then my inner guidance was just to allow the music to take you away. So as I sat there in Boynton Canyon on many occasions, I could just go right out the top of my head, out my crown chakra, and I would go up the central pillar of light that is depicted in this the I am presence poster here back in the corner. That was the meditation I was doing because I was working with the Ascended Master teachings at the time. So anyway, what ultimately happened was, is that I was taken up and there was a group of angels around me and they were playing harps and flutes and violins. And they took me on many incredible journeys. But ultimately what they took me was to this place here where I got to see this luminous sphere of golden light. And what the angels told me was that this was the source of all love and light in the universe, that this is God. And you can see the multitudes of angels spiraling around this luminous sphere of golden light. And, you know, this is very similar to what people who've had near-death experience report, seeing this luminous sphere of golden light. And that's how I experienced. And as a matter of fact, about 10 years ago, I was a keynote speaker at the International Association of Near-Death Studies. They brought me out because they liked my story, because my story was very much fueled and catalyzed by the use of psychedelics and plant medicine. So I would hike out in the canyons by myself and do all sorts of crazy things in the intent to discover who I was and what's my mission, right? So anyway, these angels came and I got to see scenarios like this on the inner planes. It was quite extraordinary. And the cherubs, they showed up just like this. They looked exactly like that to me. It was a very virtual reality type of thing. But before this, I've been doing my stained glass windows since I was a teenager. This is something that came through as a child. I would do these little doodles geometrically. And then as I got older, I started making them out of stained glass. And you can just see a few here. And I was working with the geometries and the harmonics of color and light for many, many years. I believe this kind of prepared me for going through the portal. This was like a portal that I went through in my consciousness. Then when I came back to Sedona in 2012 with my son and his mother, I made this stained glass window in our house in Uptown. And when I hung it in the window in December, all of a sudden the sun came through it like this, through these, because I inlay crystals, quartz crystals into the template. And these are 4 quartz pyramids with a cut crystal. And it projected onto the wall this rainbow light being into this vortex of the golden pyramid. I was told to do this. And all of a sudden, this angelic rainbow being appeared on my wall. And then I got this whole download, which led to the creation of my Portals of Light art, which is out in the lobby. Come and see it. Just a couple pictures of some other phenomena. This was in 2008 in Lake Titicaca on the top of Amintani Island. I was with my friend. A moment later, this orb appeared and it hit me right in the midsection there. You can see it's moving at extremely high velocity. It knew exactly where it was going. And then what happened, 3 months later, I met my son's mother, and 3 months later, he was conceived. And what I was told was that later that this was my son's spirit attaching to me. And I was on my shamanic journey in Peru. He's like a star seed attached to me as a star seed. I delivered that to his mother, you see. Okay. So then the next morning as we were leaving, my angels told me to play my harp that I was traveling to these beautiful poor Indian family here who we stayed with. We were in their kitchen in the dirt floor, very sweet people. And so my angels, like, play your harp and call in some angels for them. So my friend took this picture. A moment later, he took this picture and you can see what appeared in the room after I played for a moment or two. So this just kind of shows, you know, some of the phenomena. Then I was later in 2009, what happened to me is I was in LA and I was doing ayahuasca. And during this ayahuasca ceremony, I was beamed aboard a spaceship with these 2 gray aliens that gave me a download. It's very important. And I'll get back to that, but this is something I do with my harp out on the land, and the wind plays the harp. It's the wind harp. It's a celestial tone. It's quite amazing, but it's very healing, and I've done it all over the world. That's in the crop circles here in England, and then in Stonehenge, in the middle of Stonehenge, and over the Sacred Valley in Peru. calling in the angels all over the world with the wind harp. And it's very penetrating, very healing for people. And I do that here with my tours here now, out in the canyons. I take my clients out and I take them to where I met the angels here and we call them in. That's with Chris Spiros, famous musician. That's William Henry, famed William Henry out on Submarine Rock with me. He loved the wind harp. And then I have this Circles of Light CD for DNA activation. I recorded in that crop circle the wind harp. So I have a few copies out on the table. Please come and see me. But a couple more pictures that I wanted to share to end this. And my clients took this picture, and you can see Thunder Mountain there. They took this from the Sunset Chateau up over there. And you can see something over Thunder Mountain there. Now we zoom in. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I thought that was cool. Okay, so this is what happened. This was about 6 years ago, and I was up on Airport Mesa with these two guys who I was giving a tour. And we were talking about our ET contact experiences, and I took this picture of them. And a few days later, they sent it back to me and go, look what we discovered over our heads. And I was telling them about how during this ayahuasca ceremony, I was beamed up on the ship with these aliens gave me this download about this galactic pulse that's coming towards us. And they were contactees too, actually. And then what happened was you can see Courthouse Rock over them, over their head. You see that? And I'll show you what appeared. I'll enlarge it. Can you see something in the clouds there? Oh, yeah. Right. And then I adjusted the contrast, and look what appeared over them on over Courthouse. Can you see that? Isn't that awesome? So to me, that's definitely a bona fide craft that's cloaked in the clouds. And what's interesting is Bashar talks about how his ship is over, Bell Rock, Courthouse Rock area. And they're Zetas, they're Grays, and that's what I was talking about. So I was told when they appeared, they actually did that for me because of this quantum entanglement we talked about. Since I've had contact, they're listening right now, because whenever we talk about them, they got like this thing they can hear. But what they told me about was this galactic pulse. And they were so adamant that they wanted me to know when they took me on the ship. And I was beamed up on the ship because I was on ayahuasca. I did the last call at 3 a.m., took a hero's dose. I laid down on my cot in a dark room with two big crystals, put one in my third eye and one in my heart. And I started spiraling through time and space through this mosaics of the most amazing technicolor, sacred geometrical patterns. Maybe some of you know what I'm talking about. And it was amazing. And all of a sudden I popped through this membrane. I was like standing on a craft with these two Grays, and immediately they telepathically started giving me a download. And what they wanted me to know was that there was an explosion in the center of the galaxy, and that a wave of light is radiating out through the plane of the ecliptic, and it's going to sweep through our solar system at some time in the future. I told you this many years ago. And then what was interesting is that the next year in 2010, after I didn't tell anybody for 3 months. And then after 3 months, I went to the Bay Area UFO conference and gave an interview about it to Above Top Secret and Carrie Cassidy at Project Camelot. And I was the only interview on Project Camelot that they ever put a disclaimer in the front before we launched it, because they didn't agree with everything the aliens told me. But what was interesting, in 2010, NASA published this image from the Fermi telescope, which is a gamma ray telescope that they shot out into the far reaches of the solar system and looking for gamma ray. But they focused it back on our own galaxy. And what they discovered was a gamma ray bubble coming out of our galaxy. And what's interesting is that it's about 26,000 years high on both ends. So what the ETs told me is that from that center of that explosion, it's traveling 26,000 light years to get to our solar system. And this is right at about 26,000 light years from the top to bottom. So there's also a radiating out along the plane around the same, distance. So we're right in that window. And they were very much adamant. They told me this is the wave, the push we've all been waiting for to make, for those who want to go to the higher timeline, the ascension timeline. A couple more photos to end. My friend took these. He's a local guy in Sedona, and he doesn't share this with anybody, but he shared it with me, and he gave me a copy of the pictures, and to just keep him anonymous. This is when he was in Tibet. He was on his pilgrimage around Mount Kailash, and you can see up here. You see the ship in the clouds there? Okay, and then here's another one. This one, as he was in the valley on the pilgrimage, he looked up and there's this waterfall. He didn't see this, of course, when he was taking the picture. It appeared he saw it after the fact, but look at that beautiful. And I always, when I saw this is what JJ talks about, of these these are light ships. These are not physical craft. So, you know, these are the ultra terrestrials, or the, yeah. So one more, there's two ships. Look at this one. This is beautiful. I've never seen any pictures like this. I don't know if you have, but these are some beautiful crystal ships there. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That's the real deal. So, and then to end, I love to end with this one. This is the image from the Hubble. This is the deep field image where they put the Hubble telescope. Maybe some of you know. I just focused at a random place of dark sky, and it exposed, you know, thousands of galaxies in this one little spot about the size of our own. Each one of those dots is a galaxy holding, you know, 2 to 5 billion stars. So, as it says in the movie Contact, it would be an awful waste of space. Right. I will leave it with that. I'll play one little piece to end, and thank you for having me. And I'm just going to switch this.
Thank you, Peter. My good friend, Peter Sterling, he has some art and pictures and albums, CDs out there. So he's local here. He takes people out on Jeep tours, out into the vortex. He has a great wind harp that just he holds over people and the wind blows through it and you're getting that vibration through your body. So thank you, Peter, my good friend. We meet all over the planet. Next up, we have Sedona's own Star Seed Child, known for her stories. Oops, those are the ETs. Isn't that what they sound like on the radio? They're talking to me, but no. Bridget Nielsen is actually became known for acknowledging the existence of these hybrid children, and she has now moved that all, I think, into art and creativity and beauty, and is someone who has really integrated those experiences. So we wanted someone here who really represented that field, and she's lovely. And come on up, Bridget. Oh, wait. Steve, we'll get you a microphone to hold. Okay, here we go for you. Anything else I should have said about you?
No, that was great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good. Take it away.
Thank you.
She really knows how to make contact.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bridget Nielsen, if you don't know me. And I'm really happy to be here to support Alan and to support Contact and to support the Sedona community. It's just amazing. I've been here for over 8 years, and that's not long for some, but to be able to be in Sedona for 8 years is something. There's something to say for that too, right? Totally. And it's just so beautiful watching Contact and this community grow over the years. So it's really special. After Peter's playing, I'm like not quite fully here. Like, how am I supposed to talk after something like that? I'm off with the angels right now. But to come back in, which is one of the things that I want to talk about, is other forms of making contact. So we have so many tremendous, beautiful ways, like many of you are going to go out and sit under the stars in this amazing dimensional gate. The Sedona vortex it's incredible here. What?
Vortices.
Vortices. But we're going to go to the vortex of that particular area. And it's just incredible. And we're so lucky to be able to do this. We're so lucky to be able to travel to sacred sites around the planet and gain access, right, to these higher dimensions and be able to key into them in beautiful ways. And one of the things that I've learned over my decade of exploring spirituality and ET contact is that there's some other secret ways that we can tune in to contact, and we can access our deeper starseed nature to be able to go to these deeper levels. And there's secrets that not a lot of people talk about and maybe are a little bit strange in the starseed galactic community, but I feel like that's what I was inspired to talk about. That's what's been coming through for me. So I'm going to start with a story. So back in Los Angeles, at the beginning of my spiritual awakening, which was in the 2008, 2009, something that came through was very much so connected to healing. So I went into different healing work and I built my clairvoyance and was connecting with my other lifetimes and helping people remove their blocks and doing all of the spiritual things, except for aliens. Like aliens were like, what is that whole realm? But I was very connected to past lives and angels and all the other stuff, right? But this other thing over here was foreign. And then I had a lot of different awakenings with ETs and different contact experiences that brought it online for me that this is something that's going to be a major life theme, whether I like it or not, right? For many of us, it's like, okay, we're going into the alien direction. And so that's what I did. But one thing that was really cool is because I had this background in healing and this approach to really wanting to better myself and to align more with my purpose and become a better human, I applied that to the ET realm. So I was like, what if I use those techniques with extraterrestrial contact? What will happen? And so I did a lot of different experimentation. And one of the experiments that came about was at that time, especially in Los Angeles, the lower centers are very active, right? It's a very fiery, sensual place, which is a good thing for Beltane weekend here that we're experiencing right now. And I was like, I want to heal and really activate my lower centers, have a Peter experience, right? Where the orb goes into my wherever, right? Something like that. That's what I was going for. And so my friends had told me about the raw material. Anyone know the law of one raw material? Yeah. Classic, right? And they said that the section on sexuality and lower energy centers and aligning the chakras was really powerful. So I was like, okay, let me take a look at this. And I went in one night and started reading the material, and I went in with a sincere volition to heal, to activate, so that I can be more aligned and more whole to be on my mission, right? More integrated, not just like up here, but like the whole thing, right? And so I read through the material, and obviously it was moving through me. Obviously there was things I didn't understand. It's the raw material, right? It's sometimes challenging to understand all of it fully. And at the end of the night, after I had read the material, that section, I kindly sent a prayer to the raw beings and said, hey, like, I would like to have this healing. I would like to integrate this self. I would like to embody more of myself. And it just so happened that I went to sleep that night, and in the darkness, in the blackness, I was woken up in the middle of the night, and these beings came in and they said, keep your eyes closed. We're coming in. You called us in. So we're here. And I saw dozens of light beings coming into the room around me with my eyes closed. So that clairvoyance, they were so bright that it didn't matter if my eyes were closed or open, right? In this kind of experience. And in this experience, they came into the room and they said, we heard your call and we're here and we're going to assist you. And so they said, this is going to hurt, but you asked for this activation. And so it's just going to take a second. And it felt like electric shock going through my sacral chakra. And I was like, wow, this is not what I expected. I wanted an angelic experience. What's going on here? And it was really painful. It was really an intense experience. But after they left, I felt more open, more free, more flow, more energy in my body. And very quickly after this experience, I was called to Sedona. And my entire life changed, and it went in all new directions. So it totally changed the path of my life, and it totally opened particularly my lower centers so that I could be more grounded, because the deeper we anchor into earth and the deeper we anchor into our bodies, the higher we can go. It is awesome. Yes. It is a secret that we don't talk about very much because it's so fun and it's so exciting to go directly out that sometimes we forget that if we go deeper, then we can actually go farther out. So I want to break down this experience and reverse engineer a little bit of how it happened so that you can key in and we can key in to how to reenact or have these experiences yourself if we're not always sitting here in the Sedona board to seize, or we're not sitting here in the sacred sites, around the world. If we don't have access to that, how do we do this? The first key was the sincere volition to become a better human, to honor our humanity. And when we honor our humanity, we honor our mission, we honor our choice to come to this planet, right? And then we can really anchor into that and live our purpose. So it was that sincere volition to want to be of service and to want to become more whole and balanced was the first key indicator, right? It's of service. Because oftentimes it's like ETs are like influencers, like popular people or celebrities where it's like, oh my God, you're like an ET out there and it's so exciting, or it's like a God, and it's something beyond us. But when we can embody our own God self and our own creator self, we match that vibration and we're that resonance, and then they can come support us, right? So that was the first key, was the sincere volition to become a better whole human. And then the second key was I asked, right? I was like, hey, you want to come help? Like, can you help, right? And this is key for two reasons. One, the beings we want to be connecting with, the extraterrestrials, whatever beings, we want them to be operating under free will, right? And so beings that are coming to us without us asking aren't necessarily the beings we want to be connecting with. So it's really important, that free will aspect, and to ask, to invite, because there's beings of all kinds, our ancestors, the earth, the angels, the ETs, that are so here for us and so got our back, but they need that invitation, right? So that invitation is really important. Obviously, we can have incredible experiences without that verbal or conscious permission, because our soul chose coming in to have these certain agreements. So we did do those kinds of agreements, but other ones where they just appear, we got to check in about that. So actually asking and having that free will aspect. the volition and sincerity to be a better human. And then the key in there too was no expectations. At that time, I didn't know, and I didn't think that it was a cool thing to like have a contact experience, right? Some of the veterans in the room of contact, it wasn't necessarily the best thing to be having some of these experiences, or it wasn't also like a cool thing. In the past 5 years, there's been a shift. Have you guys felt it? This shift where it's actually welcomed, invited, exciting. Whereas a decade ago, it was like, you're that weird abductee, right? It's changed. It's changed a lot, which is an indicator of the change in consciousness that we now are embracing. So it's a really, really beautiful shift, but it didn't used to be a cool thing. So I didn't know that that's what I was going for. So I went into this experience asking like for, whatever was meant to come through, but I didn't have expectation around it. And I had no idea that they were going to come in and like shock me and my whole life would change. And so this is a key point too, is to really have no expectations and to continue to show up. And that's sometimes hard because at the beginning of our awakening journey or the beginning of certain moments on the path with different kinds of dimensions or different kinds of ETs, man, a lot happens and a lot comes through and it's just like, boom, 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 boom. Wow, this is amazing. And then all of a sudden it maybe fizzles out for a little bit. And those are the moments where we get to, they open the doors. They gave us the transmissions. They gave us the assignments. We were reminded of our own assignments. And then it's like, okay, what you gonna do with it, right? And that's the moment that we can embrace and we can step into that energy. And when we actualize and follow that energy, we get the next assignment. We get the next step on the journey, right? So it's important to key into that connection and that understanding. And so as we go forward on this journey, on this path, my invitation and what came through for me to speak about is the profound contact that can be made by doing your human work, by becoming a better person. I've had so many experiences. Some of my best contact experiences are from when I didn't want to say that thing to that guy I was dating, but then I built up the courage and I was actually honest with what was going on. And it was maybe something in my personal life or something where maybe a job isn't working for you. And so you finally have the courage to leave and follow your passion. These very like seemingly human, mundane things, when we have the courage to step into them and to pursue that which is our mission and that calling and that fire and that light within us, or to pursue things that are more in alignment, maybe people, maybe relationships, whatever that is, you get rewarded, right? And this is why it's a secret. It's almost like you don't want to know that because then you'll do it so you can get it, right? And so this is why it's a little secret. I'm letting you in on it, but it's a nice motivational factor, right? It's like, okay, there's a carrot over there. So I'm giving you this cosmic carrot to being more human, to embracing this planet, because the more that I connect in with the higher cosmic realms, the more honored I am to be an ambassador for this planet. This planet's awesome. Like, it's incredible. And when you think of it that way, where you're wearing like a star badge in this life for planet Earth and you're representing it, that's so tremendous. Like, it's so beautiful. And the opportunity we have right now, there's so much beauty happening on the planet. There's a lot of weird stuff happening on the planet. But the more that we step into this and the more that we anchor and honor this, and again, the deeper we go, the higher that we can actually reach and the more contact we can have. And in those moments of integration, as you continue to step forward, you continue to be present for whatever comes up on your path and your purpose. And it sometimes it takes, discipline and continuing to show up, and nothing happens, for a bit and a while, but that reward always comes back. And the funny thing is the more that happens, then you realize that you're walking side by side, like with these other, conscious beings and with these aspects of yourself it becomes so almost integrated that you don't even realize that it's not something out there, but it's something right here. And then it becomes something right here inside of you. It's all right here in our own bodies. And those have been some of my deepest experiences, is actually accessing contact through the stargate of my womb, like through the stargate and the connection in our genetics that we can awaken within us. And that's where our counterparts and where our connections of where we came from as starseeds can be activated and accessed, is often right here in our own bodies. We have spaceships, we have this technology, which is actually incredible. And so the more that we access it and honor it, the more that it'll come alive and support us, and we'll be supported by everything around us, and we'll be supported by what we came in with, because we came in with everything, all the goods, to do what we came to do here. And so it's really just tuning in and really going deep and listening and continuing to show up, continuing to be a good human, continuing to ask, right, for support, and continuing in that alignment that will be the difference to have the fun experiences we're all wanting, right? All of the goodness that we can take pictures of and are incredible. And for us to align with what we came here to do, right? And to be on mission. And it's that continual coming back to alignment. And I feel that that's continuing to anchor deeper into ourselves and root ourselves into the earth and into our missions, so that we can be the best humans we can be, and really bring down all of the starlight, all of the transmissions that we have, and anchor them and transmit them on the planet. So that is my invitation, is to ironically become more human, to actually make more contact. Exactly. There we go.
And this is a perfect example of someone who's integrated, and you are reaching the stars and be so human at that same time.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Yeah, and making contact is becoming more of ourselves, because we are of the cosmos.
Yeah.
And no one has told us that, except Bridget, but no one has told us that. No, it's time to know who we really are. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And how can people find you, and what do you do, and how can they do it with you? No. I mean, you know, just in general.
I'm on YouTube.
I mean, to promote yourself.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube. I'm starting a podcast as well, so I'll be doing a lot of transmissions through those mediums, so I have more content on those. I do in-person retreats several times a year here and in different places around the planet. And then I do different online programs about awakening our ancestral genetics, which then go all the way to the stars, and integrating as a better human, as I've shared, and connecting with your higher cosmic experiences too. So I have lots of different courses and programs online that you can access to go deeper too. Yep.
Bridget, would you spell your name?
B-R-I-D-G-T. And then the Nielsen is Nielsen.
Isn't that, weren't you married to?
Yes, it was.
To what's it, Sylvester Stallone?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. Little reduction for an age reversal and shrinkage, and it all worked out.
Good. Bridget Nielsen, you'll find her here in Sedona. I'm just going to see. I'm going to give up after this, but I just want to see if this will work with this last. Let me see. Will this?
What if we get that mind cracking?
Oh, there we go. All right. This I just wanted to show because it's an interview I did with Moulton Howe, and she keeps saying, we're waiting for that headline where the government says, yes, aliens exist, but we don't need the mind cracking. She calls it the mind cracking headline because it will totally awaken the rest of humanity to what we already know. So she wrote a chapter in the book called the mind cracking headline, sort of, and this is my question to her.
We're not alone in the universe. What does that mean for the population of the planet and for you and the history of civilization?
Finally, a truth. As simple as that. If you look back 5,000 years or 12,000 to go back, and you look at the history of this planet, is demonstrably one in which Homo sapiens sapiens is abused. Because from my point of view, if you are a civilization that evolves for 12,000 years, and you are always under the thumb of another intelligence that manipulates you, and that humans are never, ever talked to, communicated honestly, then we are today in the 21st century, 12,000 years later. We are an abused species. And part of this abused species is going out into the Milky Way galaxy and beyond without a single general human population knowing and being told we're not alone.
Once we do know, what does that mean? What is that? How does that shift our reality?
That we are finally being given respect enough for the truth of something so huge. We're not only not alone in the universe, and that I would stress, there are other intelligences and they really care about us and they want us to get past this difficult time of lies, deception by other forces that have never told humans the truth. That is why we've got to have this revolutionary headline. And contact, making contact. This is a valuable read for everybody.
Thank you. Why is it valuable?
Because I know all these people. To get to a pattern in which it will help other human beings who have never, ever read any of our other books, seen any of our other films, been to any of our conferences. We have got to start where the news on TV and radio and newspapers begin to understand and start reporting what I have been reporting for 42 years, feeling like I have been pushing a huge 1,000-pound boulder up a hill. We are at the point where it might finally reach the top. Once that boulder starts going, the whole planet changes in relationship to this universe and the understanding that there's probably an infinite number of universes, infinite number of timelines, infinite number of dimensions, and that we, without consciousness, we're tearing into other consciousnesses and dimensions in World War II with the atomic bomb.
And we could now solve those issues and move forward as a real intelligent civilization that's meeting these beings on an equal footing. That's what I feel.
That would be my prayer.
Yes. Nice. Isn't she great? Go to her Earth files. Every week she gives a report. And I think it's true. We have been an enslaved race because we have not been told the truth of who we really are, why we're here, and that we're not freaks of nature. You know, science, mainstream science, you say, oh, life is an accident. But we all know, at least some of us, that life is an emergent property of creation. It is the reason for existence is that life and intelligence and exchange and feeling and emotion is why we're all here. We're here to experience the totality of creation and be joyful like Bridget. So because I'm a good friend of Linda Moulton Howe, she really inspired me to just read this prologue, just the introduction to the prologue. And it's from this abolitionist, fighting against slavery in the 1800s, but he talked about the times we're coming into where we need to expand who we are as human beings to welcome a greater humanity. So from 1844 till now, 2021, it's
says, there are seasons in human affairs of inward and outward revolution, when new depths seem to be broken open in the soul, and when new wants are unfolded in multitudes, and a new and undefined good is thirsted for. There are periods when the principles of experience need to be modified. That's what's happening here. And when hope and trust and instinct claim a greater share in the guidance of human affairs. When in truth, to dare is the highest wisdom. So that's our mission. Let's dare people to know there's a grander universe that's waiting for us to wake up and show the essence of who we are as feeling, loving, total, heart-centered, open-minded beings that are non-local everywhere and part of a greater reality. This is the destiny of humanity. So that's why I'm so happy we came together as a collective community, as a community at the edge of forever. That's why I think we are. And so my next speaker is someone who's explored these realms. He went from the very mainstream world to suddenly, really in a sense, overnight, his consciousness expanded. And because it was so dramatic, he's had such an impact on this movement and such a merging and a dedication to the idea of making contact. I mean, I told him the name of my book. He said, I want to make films about that. We're going to make this a big thing. So Mark Sims, come on up, Mark. He real explorer of consciousness. He just produced the Harmonic Convergence 2020 last summer, where 5 days of people bringing in the new message. And Mark himself has a very unusual story. I don't know how much of that you want to tell. He's not a walk-in. He's like a cohabitation. That's what I would call it. A communion. Communion. That's a good. All right, Mark. And Mark is going to lead us tonight when we go out to Slick Rock because he's had experiences. He'll tell us about that. Thanks so much for coming all the way from online.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you being here.
I'm so grateful. What a wonderful event. What wonderful speakers we've had here this evening. Bridget, you were just amazing. And Peter and all of you. I'm so honored to be included in this group. And Alan's book truly is, represents a watershed moment for this movement. So I think what I should do is, first of all, give you a little bit of background about myself. I, as Alan said, was kind of mainstream. I was considered myself a secularist, an atheist, a very devout atheist, actually. I grew up in a Christian family. My grandparents were very religious, but my parents were irreligious. And so we didn't go to church unless we were with my grandparents on the weekends. So I got a very superficial education of Christianity up until about the age of 8 when I moved from Indiana to Michigan, where I spent most of the rest of my life. I went to college, and after graduation, I got a tech job with Sun Microsystems, a Silicon Valley startup at the time. And I began my career in IT. And then I started my first business in 1992. It was an internet security company, and we became the largest internet security integrator in the world. I sold that business in 99. I was very grateful for the offer I was given. Was able to retire. And then I started my second company called NanoRex. And that was a software company that was the brainchild that I created after reading a book called Engines of Creation by Dr. K. Eric Drexler. He was a Stanford professor who did his thesis on the idea that we could create these very tiny nanoscale machine systems that would have profound effects on humanity, hopefully for good, where we could use atoms, kind of like Legos, by mechanically bonding atoms together in designs that could then be assembled together to make very complex machines. I was thinking of things like tiny robots that could swim in your body and do good things, tell us if we had problems,
fixed cell repair, those kind of applications were the things that inspired me. So I started a company to design and write a program called NanoEngineer One, where we could do this, where we could design and hopefully one day fabricate these theoretical machines. And after 5 years of doing this, we actually synthesized our first nano component. It's a fascinating story. We did it by using DNA as our construction material. DNA has a unique feature of self-assembling out of single-stranded DNA into these very complex three-dimensional structures, and you can use it as a vehicle for assembling other nanoscale materials into complex composite systems. So this was back in 2008, 2009. We had just published this. We're getting ready to publish a paper and give a major talk at a conference, and I got visited by the CIA. And basically, to make it to a long story short, I shut the company down about 6 months after that meeting, because I felt there was an ethical use issue here, that technology can be used for good and bad purposes. And I felt a moral obligation to shut the company down because these issues of its use had not yet been answered. So I took up ballroom dancing. I became an amateur ballroom dance champion. And during this period of about 3 years into my dance career, I heard about Dr. Stephen Greer. And I was mesmerized by the stories that these witnesses were telling at the Disclosure Project. There were about 20 witnesses, most of them retired military personnel. There were 2 people from NASA. There was an FAA director who was retired, who all got up in front of cameras and told their individual accounts of having had either contact with extraterrestrials or having seen ships while they were on active duty. I was fascinated, realizing that if these stories were true, that this is the most important story in human history. And I wanted to know the truth. I had really never given it much thought about UFOs and ETs. I thought really, frankly, that all the sightings were advanced military craft that had been kept secret. So that was my attitude. But I decided after learning about Greer, who had organized this disclosure project, that I would go to one of his retreats and try his meditative practice that he called the CE5 protocol. And he claimed that using this technique, you could initiate contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. I was skeptical, but I was also retired dancing and I had some time on my hands. I could afford the $2,500 registration fee. And so I went to this 6-day event that was in Borrego Springs, California. And there were 25 of us that went, including Greer and myself. And I was new to all this. So I began meditating with a group of these people. And lo and behold, on the 5th night, this craft materialized out of thin air, right above us. And I saw it with my own eyes. And when you see something like that with your own eyes happening, you know it's real. You know that, they're here, we are not alone. And this was the burning question that I had come to answer. Are they here? And once I realized that they were here, then you, of course, got all these follow-up questions like, who are they? Where are they from? What's their agenda? Why are they so reclusive? So anyway, after seeing this ship that evening, this was the evening of November 15th, 2012, I went back to my hotel room that night and I couldn't sleep. I was ruminating about all these new questions I now had. And I started thinking, what if I did this meditation in the privacy of my hotel room? Maybe they would show up. Let's give it a shot. So as Bridget kind of said, put it out there, set your intention. And I, again, didn't really count on anything happening, but I closed my eyes. I began this mantra that I had been taught by Greer. And in my third eye, with my eyes closed, I started perceiving this light blue light. It was like a whirlpool of foggy light blue light that soon swirled into a well-defined sphere of blue light. And then these rings of light came into it from my periphery, outside my vision, and into it. This continued for another minute. And then this ball of light began morphing into a humanoid figure. And it was just standing still right in front of my third eye, my eyes closed. It was so persistent and clear, as though I was looking at a picture. I eventually opened my eyes, and standing at the end of my bed was this light being, what was clearly not a physical being because I could see through parts of its body. It was humanoid, it was very thin, had a pointy head, but not a, like a real sharp pointy head. It was kind of sloped, had what appeared to be a bilateral sloping head that looked like a crest almost. I couldn't perceive any ears, a nose, or a mouth, but he had these eyes. They weren't the almond eyes that you see with the grays. They were more round. But he had these weird pupils. They were very thin and kind of C-shaped. So as I'm looking at him, standing at the end of my bed, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just want, all I can think about is I want to render an illustration of what I'm looking at. So, because I don't know if it's going to disappear like the ship had earlier that night. The ship, when it materialized, then quickly dematerialized. And I thought maybe he would just fade away since he appeared to be light. But eventually I decided to, greet this being after making sure I could memorize what I was looking at. So I gave him a greeting, and it was 3 parts. First of all, I said, I am very grateful and honored that you're here. 2, that I hope that this is the beginning of a lifelong friendship. And the reason for that is because Greer and others had claimed to have friendships with these beings. And then 3rd and finally, I said, I completely trust you to do with me and my body anything that you choose. Well, as soon as I said that, he starts walking from the end of my bed and approaches me on my left side. And I'm staying completely still. I'm not afraid, but it's kind of exciting. It's kind of, and I'm looking up at him, and I turn my head ever so slightly to look up in his face. And as he's about 2 feet away, looking down at me, I realized that his eyes aren't eyes. What I thought were eyes with these weird pupils were sockets of a skull. And the pupils were what's called the superior fissure in the eye. It's the hole where, the optic nerve between the eyeball goes to the brain, and so I'm looking in there, and I'm also seeing these lights, these patterns of lights as I'm looking in his eyes, and I'm doing a double take as I'm like, are these really sockets of a skull? And then I notice down, there's a hand moving, and I look down, and he's got his index finger, and he's coming at my left elbow, and I let him touch me. And when he touches me, I feel this tingly sensation. And it's kind of like static electricity. And then he continues to push his finger into me. And as he does this, I feel his hand inserting into my body. And where our bodies are merging, I'm feeling more intense sensation of static, tingly sensation. And then as his hand is going through my back to the right side of my torso, now his right shoulder is merging with my left shoulder. And that all of a sudden made it very intense, this tingly sensation. And it was really starting to freak me out. And I had to fight the fight or flight response that was kicking in. To sit still, I had to force myself to sit still. And it was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life, is because I told him, I had just said, I completely trust you, and I wanted to honor this. And so I forced myself to sit still. I allowed him to completely submerge himself within my body. And after that, it finally began to subsist after about a minute or 2. I felt normal again, but I was left with this acute awareness that there's another being inside of me. I couldn't tell you how I knew that, but I knew it without any doubt. So I asked him my first question, what's your name? And using my mouth and my vocal cords, he said this, Tejbar. Just like that. And I said, Tesbar? And he said, no, Tejbar. And I said, spell it. And he said, Tezjar, Tejbar. And I repeated it, and I was able to pronounce it properly after a few tries. And then I went on to ask the next question. I said, where are you from? He said, I'm from Earth. Now that threw me for a loop. That was not the answer I was expecting, right? Because I've been with all these people for now 5 days, and they were talking about these ETs from star systems like Zeta Reticuli and Arcturus and the Pleiades, and he was from Earth. I'm like, what? And he says, I was once an Earth human, just like you. I lived roughly 3,000 years ago in an area that is today called Tierra del Fuego. You will find it at the southern tip of South America. Well, I had my laptop computer with me in my hotel room, and I immediately stopped my little interview with Tejbar because I wanted to confirm this. It occurred to me, my mother is an academic psychologist, and growing up with an academic psychologist, you learn a lot about psychology, and I was aware of psychosis like split personality disorder and those kind of things. And, I knew this experience was very real. I didn't imagine that, but maybe I was just talking to myself. Maybe this just triggered some alter ego. And this was so clear, this information, that a place called Tierra del Fuego had existed because I'd never heard of it. So I got my laptop, I fired up Google Earth, I typed in Tierra del Fuego, I hit the search button, and you know how the Google Earth globe zooms in? Right to the southern tip of South America. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I knew what I was experiencing was real. This was a real being, a real entity I was communicating with. So I decided before putting away my computer and continuing my interview to ask, not to ask, but to type the word Tejbar. It's an unusual spelling, so I Googled it. And in the Google database, there was one hit. This was back in 2012. And it was a link to a book on the Google Books website. There's a book called The Tribes and Cultures of Tierra del Fuego. It was written in 1916 by John Cooper. He was an anthropologist. And the book is all about the native tribes of that area. And in the back of the book is a glossary of words that he translated from the native tongue called Fuegian into phonetic English. And there's a word, Tejbar, Tezjbar, that means forehead in their language. No kidding, this is real. You can look it up. So that is how my experience began. This was the beginning of a 13-day odyssey, which I learned later was, he called it a communion. A communion, by his definition, is the union of three things. Your physical body, your soul, which he called an astral body, which is a stage of the soul's evolution, which he went on to explain to me over this 13-day period, and the etheric or celestial body. He said he was a celestial being. And this union of these three things is a communion. This, again, is according to him. And so this, for me, of course, changed my life profoundly. And I think from this point, what I'd like to do is just quickly say that when I returned to Michigan, I still had, it was within this 13-day period. And my wife, when I eventually told her that I had a face-to-face contact experience with an extraterrestrial back in California, she completely freaked. And understandably, because I was acting quite strange. One of the things, a consequence of being in the state of communion with the celestial being is that I was getting very little sleep. I frankly didn't need it. And he explained to me because I was being energized, in effect, by his energy, his light energy in my body. And then, of course, I was being pretty evasive, talking to my family. I wanted to just go in my office and meditate and continue my interview and learn the things that he taught me, because it was blowing my mind. And some of the things I learned, of course, is that we survive physical death, that there's this immortal part of us that he referred to as the astral body, which is the developing soul, and that we're just in these early stages of this evolutionary process. So I talk about that more in a book that I'm writing. And so, because I don't want to take up too much time, because I think I'm getting close to the end of my time, I should just mention I am writing a book where I talk all about this. It's called Teshbar, a 13-day encounter with a celestial being. And that will be coming out in June. And then the last thing I would like to say is that tonight we are doing this CE5 that I'll be leading. And as Bridget mentioned earlier, that if we collectively set the intention that we want to see ships, give them permission to show up. This is a big deal. If you haven't seen a ship, think about how it's going to change your life, because it will change your life. I was not prepared. I had no advisor or mentor to help me through this. It really affected me, and it worried my family because I was acting so differently. And it will change your life. It has changed my life for the better. And I'm very blessed to have had that encounter. I continue to have a relationship with Teshbar. And I am now I have a mission and a purpose to tell my story to the world and help others who feel they're ready to have their first contact experience. And so in honor of Alan's book, we are doing our Making Contact event. And May 4th, the day that the book is being released, is Making Contact Day.
May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
And all of us. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. There's so much more to that story, and this book that's so intense and details of spiritual development. So we're almost out of here, but we just want to call all the speakers up here to just kind of wrap it up and see where we're going in the future. And really Making Contact is about all of us that are going to be having experiences. Our friends and relatives are going to be having experiences. Something is waking up on this planet, and it involves all of us, and we are the ambassadors to these people who aren't awake yet. We're going to say, I know what's happening. So this panel of experts, of people are here to just kind of wrap up the day, and our friend Bridget and everybody. But Travis had made this long journey here from Snowflake, and he just wanted to add a few words to, that's okay, we'll just share the mic. And he just wants to say a few things that he didn't say in the lecture. So go ahead, Travis.
Put me on the spot.
No, okay. I'll say it for you. No.
Go ahead.
No, you're.
I was saying, what I was saying is, I should have mentioned that none of these sightings are accidental. I used to subscribe to that idea, that it was just a chance sighting and it was just a glimpse, but none of that makes any sense. But back in those days, people would say, I saw it, and it moved like this, and then it moved. And, the idea that they would in any way react to the observer seemed silly to me, like, the old theory that if you're walking past an anthill, you're gonna point down, oh, I'd like to have a conversation with that little ant there, you know? But on the contrary, I think that they're too smart for that. It's not like they slap their forehead and go, ah, oh, humans spotted me again. I do think that they're way too smart for that. That they not only know you're seeing them, they actually determine the character, the length, and the provability of the sighting. It's a kind of a conditioning, a gradual experience that it's intentional, in my view.
Yeah. And that's the link in consciousness. These beings are conscious, they're conscious that we are conscious. So it really is a whole other thing that's going on. It's really an expansion of mind that I feel.
And I have to say, that's what Alan's book is all about as well. So it's about consciousness and ET.
Because you're absolutely right. I mean, there are no accidental sighting. We're all here in Sedona for some greater awakening. And so maybe we could bring that back out into the world, because the world needs a time of waking up. So just going down the line with Dr. Hurtak, what do you think people can do now to prepare, to expand, to welcome in the beings you say are the B'nai Or, the cosmic family?
Yes, thank you. It's a combination of feeling joyous that we live in a very dynamic moment of history. Really, after thousands of years, we have an opportunity to reach out and experience what Michelangelo did in the Sistine Chapel when he showed the hand of man reaching out to the hand of the divine. The divine works on many levels, as we all know, but also, besides the joy, realizing what we hear in the language of the birds and the animals, even the dolphins, that there's a sonic vibration. We call it in science acoustical physics. Mark and I call it the use of mantras, sacred language. The Old and New Testament writers also understood this on a higher level of joy. The divine dialogue, the human divine partnership is beginning to take place. And so it's the spark of joy, the spark of communication, and the spark really of a spiritual unity. And that's why this is an appropriate place to have this next page of history, unity.
Exactly.
That's the basis.
Bridget?
For me, it would be to acknowledge the experiences that you are having, even if they're subtle, even if it's in a dream or a whisper or just that subtlety of experience. The more that that's acknowledged, the more it'll come in. So even if it seems insignificant, don't write it off, but really, really lean into it and document it and let it solidify in your experience, and more will come.
Go ahead.
Yes. So the energy really of the city is growing in terms of the light energy, and I think all of us are part of that. And we just need to stay open, stay peaceful, stay with unconditional love. That's a message actually from Teshvar, right? That unconditional love is key on the other side. And then more and more we're welcomed into that galactic family, that we'll say cosmic federation, and what we would call the ultra-terrestrial realms of higher divine intelligence.
We'll get you a next round, okay, Travis? Unless you want to say something, because I think your life it's been unexpected. You've been the reluctant hero in a sense. But yet, do you feel your life has been better for the experience that you had, or you just wish it never happened?
It never happened.
You do.
But it things, the reaction and the consequences of it happening get better all the time. It's just I'd still rather have my whole life back.
What? Look at all the adventures you've been on.
Yeah.
Look at all the people you met.
All the girls.
No, but the celebrity, everyone knows your name. Joe Rogan knows your name. But you're not,
They make movies
you're not
about
impressed,
it.
right? All right. That's okay. That's okay.
He's a very humble person.
You are very humble, and that's probably
True
why.
hero. They kicked him.
They kicked you out.
Nice, yeah.
And Mark, what about you? What does the future look like? What do you think that we'll be coming into as a planetary culture?
Well, the future, I'm very optimistic by, first of all. But I would like to answer one other question about, if I had any advice. The most important thing is every day, if I could make a wish for you, look yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. I love you. You are worthy of your own love. And that's really the meaning of unconditional love. You can only love others unconditionally if you love yourself unconditionally first.
Yeah. ETs are making us more human. That's sort of the irony of it. Peter, what can we do to really make this a reality? Welcome these beings into our lives in a good way. What do you
Send them love.
Send them love?
Sure. I mean, that's how I call the angels. And I wanted to say, like, what does the future hold? And what the angels have been very clear to me over the last year. They're just telling me to have hope, that we are on the threshold of the golden age and a kind of a new renaissance. They explained it to me that during the height of the pandemic, when the whole world locked down, there was a unification of consciousness that happened with humanity at the time that had never happened on this planet. And as a result of that, we actually went to the next level of our spiritual evolution. And as a result, we are going to see the flowering of incredible Renaissance technologies, art, literature, music, science, technology, fusing all of these things together. It's a golden age planet, and it's unfolding.
I think so. And when we know we're not alone and that free energy is available and our true gift of incarnation is to be creative, joyous beings, that will be the real Renaissance for humanity. So any other comments about, for you, JJ, you're a visionary. What do you see coming for the awakening of humanity? What do you think we need to do? I mean, besides love and all that.
Well, as Peter just said, we are going into a renaissance if we can maintain this balance between the scientific and the spiritual, the male and the female. We need greater compassion, greater love. And our animal friends, brothers and sisters, and those of the insect kingdom are telling us they are moving away because of the misuse of technology and the soullessness of some areas of science. They are awakening us to the preciousness of our life because we are in the dinosaur age, so to speak, if we go backwards with fossil fuels, but we must go with energy alternatives, the medicine of light, the music of glory, and the language of communication. It's really there, and the names of God, the original sacred expressions, do open up other portals of experience. What we need is an ecumenical spirituality, a new spirituality that's authentically connected with the true masters upstairs.
What do you say, Bridget?
I have to follow him every time. I'm flying. I'm going where he's saying. I agree, and in humble corroboration, particularly on the technology pieces, using the technology of consciousness and what we have right here within us, and not being drifted into weird psychic astral realms created by false technologies, and really understanding the technology of our planet and ourselves and each other, and love and consciousness, and letting that really guide us.
Beautiful. Desiree?
Well, mainly the fact of consciousness. There's a lot of scientists talking about geometry and mathematics, but we say behind all of that is higher consciousness. Even the whole mathematics of who we are. We feel we actually came from light bodies, light energy. I mean, even the number of rib cages that we have and everything like that is all part of a higher mathematical reality. And we brought that into this reality. And actually at this time, we can also graduate back to where we came from, or make the interconnection. If you don't want to just go back, because some people have chosen not to, make that, bring it down, bring it integrated into us, which I think is what you're saying, and be the light, because this planet can be transformed and all of our consciousness can be transformed.
Absolutely. Travis, anything? So you wouldn't have heard this language unless you were taken aboard a ship, right? I mean, that would not be around the local town, would it?
Around my local town, no.
So doesn't that inspire you?
Well, yeah, and things have improved vastly. I mean, we went from law enforcement was out to get us all for murder or whatever, and to where, you know, most of my recent contacts with law enforcement have been, believe you, because I see these things myself.
Oh, exactly. That's a change, you know, that's why you continuing to be in truth since 1975 has set a marker that, you know, this is a reality and people need to be listened to. Whatever your experience, it's valid. And Mark, anything about the future and what you want to bring and share with the future?
Yeah, here's the thing. Tonight, which is the future, we're going to be doing a CE5 at a place called Secret Slick Rock Trailhead. If you Google map it, Secret Slick Rock Trailhead, you'll find it. It's
Or Chavez Ranch.
Chavez Ranch Road. It's at the very end of Chavez Ranch Road. I don't know how to spell that, but
C-H-A-V-E-Z. Chavez, C-H-A-V-E-Z.
V-E-Z, A-V-E-Z. Okay, Chavez Ranch Road.
This is about making contact tonight. This is where the rubber hits the road. And, you know, just about today, I want to thank everyone for coming out, sharing the celebration, not just my book, but all of the dedications that all of us have being in Sedona and knowing that there's these other realities that are waiting for us. So each one of us are ambassadors of higher consciousness. And thank you all. And before you leave, we're just going to encode all this with a little meditation, just to kind of like take whatever you heard here.
And then afterwards, you're going to sign some books.
And then after I'll sign some books, but
Everyone should get it, one of these books. It's fabulous.
if you want, no pressure, but please do. I just want to, actually, I just had a joke I missed telling today. One of my favorite abduction jokes. I missed telling just before the meditation. This, it's in the New Yorker again. The reason I tell these jokes is because I want to show how the mainstream public is integrating this sort of other way of consciousness. They're trying, and then jokes and humor and television shows and movies, they're all part of an integration of consciousness. So in this cartoon, this typical American standing on board a little spaceship with a baseball cap, beer belly, he's looking around, and these two aliens are next to him, sort of talking to each other, and one alien says to the other, "You abducted him, you feed him."
It's being filmed.
Yes, and you're in it, yes. It's being filmed.
How do I get a copy of it?
It'll be on my YouTube channel, actually, this whole afternoon with all the kind of, you know, incidences. Will be on New Realities, youtube.com/New Realities, along with my interviews with Linda and Whitley and all. New Realities, that's, you have to find the new reality. So just to kind of encode this into all our consciousnesses as a collective, I want to just kind of have us all close our eyes. Feel yourself on the chair, Peter, yes, yes. And just feel the joy of this gathering, the joy of our presence together, the joy of knowing that we are in a moment of evolution. We're passing through the old times into a new time, an uncharted course for humanity. We're taking the lead into the unknown, into the impossible, into the adventures of awakening with our star families whose beings are finally saying yes. Maybe humanity has arrived.
And we see a white dove over our heads. It's so beautiful. A sign of inner peace, a sign of global communication, a sign of ascension. And we see not only one white dove, but thousands of white doves circling Mother Earth. A sign of gathering, a sign of unity, a sign of our spiritual wings.
And we realize the doves have come through the many vortices, even the one over Sedona. And we realize that each vortex point around the earth is being energized, activated, aligned with the powers of Orion, with the threshold gates of myriad realms, of greater star universes and greater heavenly realms. And we acknowledge the sacred geometries, but also the greater wisdom and love that is pouring forth to this planet. Bridget?
And aligning with the energy, the frequency, the purity of your soul, your higher self, and the beautiful luminous space above the head, pulsing and vibrating with your divine essence of love, grace, streaming and flowing in through your crown, flowing light and golden light throughout your whole body, throughout your whole being, radiating through your whole essence, and through this Sedona vortex, throughout the planet and throughout the universes.
Calling forth the angels, seven masters, saints, mystics throughout time and space, calling them to be here with us now, to hold our beloved community into Sedona here, in their embrace of love and light, to help us to unify more with each other here and send that love out to the planet through this planetary vortex of Sedona, and send our love to the future. God bless.
And all of us here on this planet, this beautiful planet Earth, we're trailblazers. We represent the latest in the evolution of consciousness. We are in a nursery, a schoolhouse, being honed into deeply spiritual beings of divine love to carry out a mission that will be beyond your wildest dreams.
So, it's okay. So take a breath in and feel the love that's filling us up now. Open your heart to these beings that are reaching down towards us. With that breath in, breathe it out and make contact. One more time, breathe it in. That divine feeling of love, agape, purity. Open your heart and breathe it out. One more time, breathe it in through your third eye, through your crown, through your heart, through your abdomen. Hold that breath, because in this breath, we're going to start making contact. So breathe it in, breathe it out, and in that out breath, no contact is made. And so be it. And so it is. It is our time, ladies and gentlemen, to bring a new heaven and a new earth. It's our time to start making contact.
Thank you. Photo op. Anyone want to get their cameras out and post on
Thank you,
Facebook?
everybody.
Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody.
you all will be here. I'm going to assign some books, and Travis has a few books left. And Peter has some artwork. And tonight, around 7, you can get there a little late because I know it's going to eat dinner. It's one turn. At the end, you go make a left on Upper Red Rock Loop. You make a left on Shadow Ranch Road. And you're there. Thank you all for being here today. Bless you. Thank you. That's fun. Oh, I'm going to sign books up here. That's fun. Oh yeah, I found one.
Now we have some films to do with the road, but now we have DVDs, we have a player for DVDs. Light body. Birthday body. That's our word. Yes.
Just a reminder, if you are coming tonight, bring a chair or a blanket with you because you're out in nature, it's hard ground, you know, a pillow for sitting on, a blanket so it doesn't get all dirty, a chair of any kind if you got it. People kept coming up to me during COVID breaks and said, it's not coming up on our phone. When they showed me iPhones, they bring it up, but they bring up Shaw's Ranch Road.
I don't have the years, but we have You sure? Yeah, most of my family went home to do.
Are you going? Are you coming tonight?
Here's my telephone number. I can try to find a name of the person.
Would not be surprising if I know.
So the she. Who lives in Nevada, but it's mostly Montana. A large ranch or something. It's sort of something spiritual. But even if you wanted to work independent, we have albums and a website. Just for your first
I also want to make sure I don't forget.
what's your first name again? John. Be in touch with us. Yeah, I like the name. In fact, the guy that brought the Air Force to Australia, Saudi Arabia, was bird. Unfortunately, Edward birds is different than cold. Well, we have groups all over the country, but not in some parts of the Midwest and Montana. All the people we had passed away. I've been involved in so many other areas of the world. It'd be great to work with us independently if you want on the internet.
The Saudi Air Force is really taking over my life right now.
Yeah.
I have another book to write about Montana. There are cases in Montana that nobody knows about, and I don't get it. I don't get it written down. It won't happen. But sound is really important to me. Reconnecting the sound is part of my thinking. Refinding my sense of humor.
I had some disabilities, but it's Mitchell. They had a ranch, first ranch, or something else. Back in the 1960s or something. They passed away, but I like what they call the big sky costume. I've had students who moved out there now. It's not a good way. All right, well, thank you. Stay in touch with us, would you?
All right. Thank you.
that way, if you hand someone your book,